To the council meeting of October 25th. Excuse me, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Vilsack.
Here.
Councilmember Ku.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great, thank you. We have a pretty full agenda tonight. We have 2 study items and 3 action items. And it's been our practice, we'll try to keep the study items to an hour each. So would staff like to start with study session number 1?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. I'm going to ask Claire Raybould, our senior planner, to present the first item. As the council is aware, these are the 2 items, the 2 study sessions on your agenda are pre-screening applications. Because they are conceptual in nature, staff has not done it's not a formal application, and staff has not done the typical level of analysis and review that it might otherwise do when a formal application comes in. Each of these applicants are seeking some initial early feedback. But for as I know the council's aware, but for those who may be watching or listening, there will be no formal action taken this evening for either of these 2 study session items. With that, Claire, would you mind?
Yes, I'm just trying to share my screen. Give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. Can everybody see that?
Yeah, that's good, Claire.
Okay. Good evening, council members, Mayor Du Bois. The conceptual project before you tonight is located at 1033 Amarillo Avenue. This is a pre-screening application, which is a requirement for projects that would include legislative changes, such as code text amendments. The purpose of this hearing is to solicit early feedback on the proposed project. No formal action is being requested tonight. So just a reminder that council members should refrain from forming firm opinions supporting or opposing the project, as this proposal may return as a formal application. The applicant has provided 2 conceptual site plans to council members. One includes a mostly code compliant project to subdivide the parcel into 2 lots and develop each lot with a single family residence, ADU, and a JADU, so a total of 6 dwelling units. This proposal would require a preliminary parcel map with exceptions, which is subject to council's purview, because the resulting lots would exceed the maximum allowable lot size and frontages would be less than 60 feet wide. The question really before council tonight is whether there is interest in seeing a different outcome with a slightly denser development on this lot. The applicant's conceptual plan would include subdivision of the site into 4 lots and development of 8 units, 4 single-family residences with 4 ADUs. Since the process for splitting the lot into 2 parcels is already outlined in our code, staff is particularly interested in understanding council members' interest in the conceptual project, and if there's interest, how council members would prefer for staff to process such a proposal. The staff report outlines some options for how this could proceed, such as creating a new combining district or just doing code amendments to Title 18 and Title 21. If there is interest in this, it would also be helpful to obtain feedback on the types of code amendments that council members may or may not support. There's also been a lot of interest around recent housing legislation, particularly Senate Bill 9 and how it may affect this site. So this slide provides you with just a summary of how it could theoretically be applied to the site. Now, I want to caveat this by saying there are a lot of nuances to Senate Bill 9. On a high level, these do include some restrictions on what you can do if the existing units have been occupied by tenants, owner occupancy requirements for the new development, and requirements that development still meet building and safety standards. So those nuances would likely restrict the realistic build out of the property under kind of more extreme scenarios. But from a theoretical standpoint, if the applicant received approval to subdivide the lot into 2, 3, or 4 parcels, those parcels would still meet the size requirements and be allowed to each be subdivided later into 2 parcels as well. So the applicant's proposal includes up to 8 units, but theoretically with SB 9, we could be required to approve up to 16 units in total. So staff recommends that council conduct a pre-screening and provide informal comments regarding zoning code text amendments that would be necessary to accommodate subdivision of the R1 single-family residential property at 1033 Amarillo into 4 parcels, and redevelopment of each parcel with a single-family residence and accessory dwelling unit. And comments provided during this pre-screening process are not binding on the city or the applicant. And finally, I just want to acknowledge that we received a number of comments regarding this project over the last week or so. Some of those were supportive of the project, encouraging housing. Some of those expressed concern in particular about traffic, parking, trash, in particular related to the project, as well as just the general height and concerns about the text amendments that would be required. So with that, I will turn it back to you and recommend that you hear from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. And again, just remind me, under a study session, do we give the applicant 10 minutes? Yes. Great. All right, is the applicant ready?
I am, thank you. Will the city be hosting my slides, or do you want me to share my screen?
Not sure.
Sorry, if you could share your screen, that would be great.
I'm going to run it like this so that it's legible. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, staff, for your work on this project to this point. My name is Ted O'Hanlon. I'm the consultant project manager. I'm working on behalf of the owners. Previously, or most recently in Palo Alto, I worked in the same capacity for a project on San Antonio Road, which passed late in 2020, which proposed 102 rental units. So this is very much of a different opportunity for Palo Alto to consider. I'm representing a company essentially known as APIC. They're in San Francisco. They're a real estate investment company. They are not, as a matter of fact, related to the team that owns the San Antonio Road project. This is actually their first project in Palo Alto. So we've started studying this particular property approximately a year ago, maybe a little less than that. And some of the things we recognized on Amarillo related specifically to this property was a mix of housing as you continue along from Bayshore toward the Middlefield part of Midtown. The purple area identifies more of an RM30 use. The orange area identifies an RM15 style of use. We also took note of the size of the R1 properties adjacent and next to the property of less than 5,000 square feet in R1 lots. And also another interesting configuration on the same street with the flag lot hosting 3 R1 properties. So we started looking a little more closely at this particular property at 1033 Amarillo and wondered about, well, what might be next for this property, given that there's so much in the news in California and desire to build and create more housing. And we also see in Palo Alto many properties that come up on the R1 side are brand new homes and they're built out to their maximum capacity. The other style of projects that we see quite a bit are more in the PHZ or planned home zoning, which are generally multifamily buildings with anywhere from 50 to 100 or 200 units have been proposed. So this was, again, a different opportunity to say, you know, what kind of steps can Palo Alto take next on top of all the great work that's done with ADUs? And that's really where we came up with this plan, was recognizing that the property is zoned R1 and keeping into that idea of an R1 style of building. We also recognize that there really wasn't a clear set of guidelines on how we should go about doing that. So what we came up with the concept was this cul-de-sac, which would be appropriate by the fire standards for entry and exit of the property for emergency vehicles in particular. But then once that ingress and egress is formulated, to imagine what homes might look like on that, and also leveraging or bringing forth this ADU idea to promote a little bit more of a differentiation in housing. So what you see here are basically 4 properties. Generally, the primary residence on each of these is about 3 bedrooms and 2 baths as they're drawn, approximately 2,200 square feet. That's consistent amongst the 4 lots. And then because of some other considerations on setbacks, basically in the R1 municipal code, we ended up with 2 units with about 480 square foot ADUs, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and 2 units with 800 square foot ADUs, which are 2 bedroom and 2 bath. And what we liked about that concept and that idea was knowing what's existing on the property, being the 4 rental units that are currently there. The ADUs might serve as an opportunity to replace those on the open rental market, or it's another opportunity to have a family member use it. As we know with ADUs, it can be quite flexible with the outcomes. But because the actual homes were smaller, we thought it was going to be a differentiated price point for the main house, with this idea of having a supplemental income opportunity for those homeowners. So we set forth with the city, and we finally arrived here tonight to have this pre-screening. We're really grateful for it. Part of our studying, we looked at the city's comprehensive plan. We noted that there are desires to both preserve and create cottage clusters, such as the one that would be improved upon, we feel, with double the dwelling units on this property versus what's existing there now. We also recognize that the code already contains some language that might be inferential to how a cottage cluster could be formulated in the village residential code, which is appropriate for RM15 and larger properties, but also does have several elements in there that I think could be borrowed in the R1 playbook, if you will, about the size of potential fee simple lots that could be created within an R1. The village residential code mentions anywhere from 1,000 to 4,000 square feet in single family lots. We're proposing 5,000 square foot lots on each of these. The staff report goes through and mentions a potential combining district, which we feel might be of interest and the city would have appetite to study. Having studied the Planning and Transportation Commission, I've seen that there is a desire to study more outcomes of what could happen with subdivisions, particularly in the R1, to try to promote and create new cottage clusters. So I think that it's a worthwhile endeavor potentially for Palo Alto to look more closely at that. Again, this would be about finding methods and tools for property owners to create differentiated outcomes than simply subdividing the largest lot and building the largest single family home possible. That's the nature of what we've proposed here, and showing the 4-unit subdivision versus the 2-unit subdivision, which I think is much more commonly taking place in Palo Alto. And most importantly, having worked with the city on other housing projects, this is an opportunity to work closely again and implement local control and do it the way that Palo Alto would like to do it. And Palo Alto would have the opportunity and the appetite to do so. So that's my general plan with this. I look forward to comments. I absolutely am sticking around for questions and answers. And again, appreciate everybody's time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Hanlon. At this point, let's go to the public. So if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. And we will continue to take hands through the first 2 speakers, which would be the first 6 minutes. So our first speaker is Jeff Levinsky. And Jeff, you should be able to speak now.
I didn't raise my hand.
Oh, your hand is up. All right, I will go to the next speaker, who is Sarah Longstreth.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. Hi, I'm Sarah Longstreth. I grew up in Palo Alto.
I'm sorry, that was my fault. Sarah, please start again. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sarah Longstreth. I'm a mostly lifelong resident here. I grew up here. My parents are still homeowners here, and I'm a homeowner here now as well. I live with my family on Amarillo Avenue. And I'm here today to ask you to reject item 1, or to reject it when the timing is right for that. My neighbor, Cara Silver, and I forwarded you an email yesterday to the City Council that lays out in detail why, in our view, item 1 should be rejected. And so I'm not going to get into those detailed arguments here, but there were just a couple of things I wanted to emphasize and say. Chiefly, Palo Alto needs more housing and more affordable housing, and we need both of those things immediately. I want more of both in my neighborhood. I feel strongly that my life and my quality of life will be improved as we get more affordable housing and more housing density in our community. So at first blush, these plans appear to at least get to the density piece of the puzzle. But in reality, in my view, I don't believe that's the case, because what we're looking at here is replacing 4 rental properties on the affordable end of the spectrum with potentially 4 multi-million-dollar homes. I'm saying 4 and not 8 deliberately, because people that can afford a $4 million home are much more likely to use ADUs and JADUs themselves, or to have other household members use those facilities rather than renting ADUs and JADUs out at arm's length. When it comes to affordable housing, I'm of the view that we first need to do no harm. There is so little affordable rental housing in our community. We just can't allow what little there is to be raised for just yet more high value homes. The developer raised the question of what might be next. And I will say, if the proposal was for a denser complex with a guaranteed percentage of units rented at below market rates, I would be very in favor of something like that. But that's not what this project is, at least as it was described tonight. So I'm urging you to reject item 1 for these reasons. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca S. And again, raise your hand at this time. We will stop taking speakers when Rebecca finishes.
Let's see. This is Becky Saunders from Ventura. Yeah, I sent you guys a letter, but I sent it in too late to get it into the packet. But just want to remind you, I know that you all can't give, thumb up, thumbs down. But I think anytime that we can get the housing we want built within the framework of our current code, it just saves everybody a ton of money. And in the letter I sent out to you all, it looks as if you could even get 9 units on the same parcel by doing 3 compliant parcels and then building them out. So I don't want to spend too much more time. I know you guys have a tight calendar tonight, but let's not make work for anyone, especially the council and the staff, by changing our code for one, giving exemptions for one project that actually could be accomplished within the limits of what we've got going on. So thank you very much, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. So our final speaker will be Brad Stribling, but our next speaker is a phone caller whose number ends in 274. Phone caller, you can unmute yourself.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Hi there, my name is Owen Longstress. I've lived on Amarillo Avenue for most of my life, and I wanted to just say that I want more affordable housing on my street. It troubles me, the fact that, growing up here, the fact that housing is consistently unaffordable and is consistently, we're selling multi-million-dollar homes up and down my street. And I would just like to see more affordable housing so we can allow more people to live here. I really do believe that Palo Alto should live up to a lot of the progressive values that it espouses. And it is my hope that if we allow many different types of people to live here and create a more inclusive town through creating more affordable housing, that we can ultimately achieve this. So I would like you guys to pass on item number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kara Silver.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Cara Silver, and my family and I have lived on Amarillo Avenue for 15 years. We all know that Palo Alto is having difficulty achieving its RHNA, and those challenges will only increase with the next cycle. However, the 1033 Amarillo project does not move us towards more housing production. Yes, it does add 4 market rate homes to the area, but Palo Alto has satisfied its market rate production. We just don't need any additional market rate units. Adding an ADU to each of the market rate units likewise does not achieve our housing goals. A comparable newly constructed home just 1 block away from this project, also on Amarillo Avenue, is currently on the market for $4.5 million. It is not reasonable to assume that someone paying that much money for a home is going to rent out an ADU or a JADU for, quote, additional income. We know that the ADU will likely be used a couple of weeks a year for out-of-town guests, and otherwise it will just sit empty. Or it will be used for other household members that who desire more privacy. So we don't think that these 4 ADUs will house tenants in need of affordable housing. This is why I view this particular issue as a rental preservation issue rather than a housing production issue. What concerns us most about this project is that it does nothing to replace the 4 affordable rental units, and it does nothing to assume that the ADUs will actually be rented to lower income households. As we mentioned in our letter, our comprehensive plan directs us to preserve rental units and cottage clusters in particular. If the units are removed, the housing element contains a 25% BMR requirement. Not only do our local ordinances promote preservation of existing rental housing, but so do the majority of the new state housing laws, such as density bonus, SB 35, SB 330, and most recently SB 9. In fact, SB 9 is not even available to this project because it displaces rental units. Finally, I will say that this block could certainly accommodate more density, but getting rid of existing tenants with no net gain in affordable housing is a step backwards, not forwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is SV Leeds.
Hi, apologies for the Zoom name, but this is Kelsey Baines. I am a resident of Palo Alto, and I'm not going to speak for or against either one of the alternatives, but just really want to share my my story that many of you have heard. But I came to my first ever council meeting when I was looking at being displaced because the multifamily rental that I rented was sold and was going to be demolished to build a single family home. That didn't come before the city council. It just happened. It was a ministerial process. There was nothing legally that could be done to stop it. The same thing had already happened next door. There was a duplex that was demolished to build a single family home. And the same thing is happening down the street right now. On Waverly, there's a proposal that's slightly better to tear down 3 units and build 3 units. So I think this proposal, anything we can do to maximize the density is a good thing. But I think it's important for the folks wanting us to preserve, which I think is important, to consider the alternative, which would be a lower density option with relatively higher cost housing. And I think it's disappointing that the city council abandoned the housing work plan in 2019, which included looking at preservation, because I do think that's an important goal. But I'm encouraged that many speakers tonight sound like they're supportive of increasing density in their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Brad Stribling. Brad, you should be able to speak.
Am I unmuted now?
Yep.
Thank you all. Yes, I'm Brad Stribling, and it happens that my property is the neighboring parcel immediately to the right of the one that you're considering. And in fact, it includes 2 dwellings, which are relatively low cost, affordable housing. And I've had those for about 50 years. So I'm not in great opposition to adding affordable housing in this area. My concern is of a practicality nature. Since the proposal envisions 4 new 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes and 4 dwelling units in addition to that, ADUs, I would project approximately 12 vehicles would be involved with this. Now, you may say that we want to motivate use of public transit, and that is fine, but you can't assume that. And Mr. O'Hanlon's drawings didn't clearly tell me how many vehicles could be provided for, but the brief sketch I saw looked like about half of what I would estimate would be needed without clogging the sidewalks and the streets outside. So my objection is that we're not successfully creating affordable housing if we don't provide for the appropriate vehicular component. And I'd like a responsible response to
that. Thank you. We'll bring it back to the council. We're right at 5:30, so we'll do a round of comments, questions. Councilmember Koo.
Yes, I'd like to find out if the code text amendments Does that mean that it is going to be applied citywide?
Yes.
Okay, and why does that need to happen?
Maybe I think it's really a question. There's an option, right, for a text amendment to be processed as a part of this, and then as far as applying citywide, I think there would be some, qualifying elements such as certain sized properties, and that refine it so that we're talking about larger R1 properties. That's a concept, but that's again, we would. Part of the reason here is to hear council's reaction to that, and if there's not an interest in the text amendment, then that informs application processing.
And if the text amendment is applied, does that mean that it's going to be a ministerial process where the subdivision of a lot is going to be through the approval, through your approval, Mr. Lade? And so there will be less opportunity for the community to know?
Well, anytime you have a text amendment, that's going to go through a public hearing process. And then the council could set forth the approval process by which somebody would seek to gain their entitlement. It could be ministerial with approval of the text amendment, or it could be discretionary, subject to review by the ARB or planning commission, however the council wanted to set it up. The subdivision, if you putting the text amendment aside, any subdivision of this particular property is going to ultimately require a review and public hearings because it doesn't, one way or the other, the resulting parcels will exceed or not comply with the code required dimension or area requirements. Even if you split it in two, there still has to be some kind of discretionary action.
Okay, it's just I think a matter of how much, and keeping neighbors informed, especially in single-family neighborhoods. The other question I have is Ms. Raybould mentioned that under SB 9, which will become effective January 1st at the beginning of the year, under SB 9, potentially there could be up to 16 units in this property?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to underscore that is a theoretical possibility. As you heard from one of our speakers, one couldn't subdivide this in compliance with SB 9 today because of the rental properties that are present on site. There would have to be a period of time, I think it's 3 years, where those rental property or uses, the rental units, would have to be abandoned or discontinued. But again, on a theoretical measure, it's conceivable that if every property owner acted in concert, that it is possible, again, theoretically, to have 16 units on the site.
I see. I thought SB 9 only allowed subdivision of a lot into 2 lots, but I guess we will find out more.
If I can clarify on that.
My time is kind of running out, and I had something else to say.
Sure.
Thank you, though. I wanted to also add that today at a town hall with Senator Mike McGuire, he mentioned that with SB 9, council has the discretion to impose affordability, had the properties deed restricted so that they're all affordable if council chooses. So I wanted to ask, the applicant if there is any affordable units proposed in this proposal.
The way that we've drawn this out, the answer to that is no. We have not considered that.
Okay. And then also SB 9, should that happen, also imposes upon the owner to live at the property, at one of the properties, for 3 years. Now, depending on when it happens is something that council is still going to have to decide. Additionally, before my seconds end, this is also in a flood zone. So in terms of the elevation and the height of this property, if I might share my screen, Ms. Silver had sent in a picture of the property, and it would be pretty tall. And if you look at the building that is next to it, it's this is a 1-story. the elevation is pretty high. So how tall altogether from ground up would be the second level? If you add a second level to it.
Is that a question for, yeah, I'm sorry, for the applicant?
No, I think it's for you. I don't
Well,
know
I think,
whomever who can answer, because I like to find out what is the total height of a 2-story in a flood zone.
well, I think it depends on a number of factors. And again, this is a conceptual plan. So I don't know that we've done any analysis related to what a resultant height of a building would be on flood zone. I don't know if the applicant has done some initial studies and could answer that.
I think it would be informative for the neighbors.
I mean, I can still note that the height restrictions for the zone district still apply. There is an additional small allowance for that's kind of a mathematical allowance that allows for a small additional height in the flood zone, but it still sets the height standards in the R1 zone district. And there's also still restrictions under our individual review guidelines that may further restrict that. So even though you have to build the first floor higher, you have to accommodate for that in the rest of the development, essentially.
Thank you for that. So it doesn't give any definitive answer in terms of the height that people can expect. Lastly, the living infrastructure, which is the trees and so forth, that's another thing that will be important for the neighborhood. Thank you. I see my time is over.
I think you can keep going. Nobody else raised their hand. Oh, Councilmember Filsa.
Ask a couple of questions. First, I think, do ADUs and JDUs, do they count towards FAR, residential FAR? They don't. Is that right?
Sure. Do you have that?
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. No, you can have up to 800 square feet of additional floor area and lot coverage. So that would not count towards the FAR.
Maybe that's going to ask. I was going to ask the applicant on the 4-unit, the 4-way version. You only had an ADU. How come not a JDU as well? Is it because of FAR?
The lots were small, so it lent itself toward an attached ADU versus having a detached structure, just based on the size of the lots and getting that circulation on the site.
Oh, okay. And it looked like both concepts. I was sort of trying to figure out the parking, and it looked like you had one or like 2 slots, like one covered and one uncovered on each unit in both configurations. Did I read that right? Or did I mess that up?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. And then, okay. Yeah. All right, that was my 2 questions. Jonathan, it's the property is already non-conforming, right? So
yeah, by 1 unit.
If we split it in, if they took the split it in half alternative, would it be more or less non-conforming?
Well, you got to replace the number of units that are there now, right? So there's 4 units that are present today, and one of the state laws, has a no net loss requirement. So I think the idea to rebuild, if you subdivided it into 2, the lot size would be more conforming,
right?
But at this point, with this size and the resultant parcels, I don't know that I could say one is less conforming or more conforming than the other.
Okay.
I mean, at a 2-lot subdivision, it's pretty similar to what you have now.
And then there's some issues with creating flag lots, right, associated with that. And how does that factor into all this?
Well, so I think, as Claire noted, and in her report, the city prohibits flag lots except for certain circumstances, and the conceptual design here would require or would result in 2 of the properties essentially being flag lots, and then there'd be some further deviations from the code that we would need to make relative to the driveway and some other areas. So it doesn't really fit neatly into anything that we have today on the books. And so that's part of the challenge. We can certainly borrow from some of the other areas, as the applicant noted, the village residential. But it really is a question of if we didn't want to see a large lot subdivided into 2 or 3 parcels and built with single family homes and likely an ADU, is there something else, another design approach that is appropriate? And if so, it would require some kind of a legislative change to get there.
Okay. So, I mean, looking at this, I hear what people are saying about the loss of rental property, but we're not allowed to stop people from exiting the rental businesses, as we found out, in spades last summer. So it seems like it would be hard to deny a split into 2 properties for this, because they'd almost be conforming. Right? I mean, they wouldn't quite be conforming on size, but they almost be conforming. And then 4, there's a lot of 2-story houses in town on 5,000 square foot lots, right? So that in itself doesn't seem tremendously unreasonable to me. But I'm sort of troubled by the thing that Councilmember Koo brought up, which is if we're going to go around changing codes, I wish I understood what the impact of SB 9 is going to be on our codes if we're going to go around changing codes, before we do that. And it might be none, it might be a lot, and I'm sure there'll be an SB 9X bill next year that modifies some of the parameters in the current SB 9, and so I think, I wish I were more comfortable that if we're going to go around changing our codes, what the impact of those is going to be. So, but and I'd like to ask the city attorney his opinion after this meeting some other time. I'll send you an email this week about SB 9 and affordability requirements. I've never heard that you could actually impose that under SB 9. I'd like to find out more about that, but not tonight. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Affordable housing is what we're missing most in this town. So we got 9% of our stock, of our housing stock in town is deed restricted affordable housing, which is high for the county, but it's still well short of what the demand is. Okay, so if there's some way that some of this kind of stuff could produce affordable housing, that would be a good thing.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, a few questions. I'm one, if the city granted no exceptions or variances for the applicant in this project, what could realistically be done as far as redevelopment for the property owner if they choose to redevelop under existing city ordinances? And yeah, when you add state law in there as well.
Thank you for that question. I think if the lot doesn't get subdivided and you have the applicable state laws that are require no net loss, we would have to allow some type of redevelopment for a 4-unit project on the site if somebody wanted to redevelop it.
Okay. And can you wait? Because I do think this idea of of being able to use SB 9, being able to require an affordability piece. Can you, without going into too much detail, can you confirm is that true or not?
I need to do more research on SB 9. I don't have that information about the affordability comment that I heard. So I'm happy to look into that further. I don't know if anybody else on our team on the call here has information about that.
I think we need to follow up.
Yeah,
we need to follow up.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think Councilmember Koo brought up a really fascinating point. I think we're all really interested to be able to kind of learn more about, because that would be really nice to know. So yeah, if we could get a follow up on that, that'd be great. Do we know how much in rent the residents are paying at the existing cottage clusters?
The city does not. I don't know if the applicant can provide that information or has that.
I think it was in the applicant's comment letter to council that they're paying about $4,000 a month in rent. Is that correct? Maybe they can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's correct. Each of the units are approximately $4,000 a month.
Great, thank you. And does staff know maybe do we have any data on what the average rent is for a brand new ADU of similar sizes? I know there's no requirement that ADUs actually be rented, and I think a lot of several of the speakers tonight and emails that we got made a very strong point about that, kind of cautioning us on that concern that creating ADUs does not mean that we are increasing rental capabilities for residents. But curious, do we have an idea of how much the average rent of a brand new ADU is around the same size?
That's not data we collect when ADUs are rented. We don't have access to that information.
You have a ballpark?
I don't.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
this is Rachel Tanner here. There was a report that was put out by the University of California, Berkeley, that I think estimated around $2,200 a month. This is again throughout the entire Bay Area, so not a Palo Alto specific statistic, but just the best information we have about rentals of ADUs.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part when we have this more aggregate data. Palo Alto, for better or for worse, seems to be often is the exception, especially when it comes to housing prices, which is unfortunate. If I was to make a guess, I would imagine that a brand new ADU of a similar size compared to a cottage constructed in the 1940s is going to go for far more money. And again, no guarantee that even gets rented. And then my final question, I understand staff likely hasn't studied the possibility of this, but I've been thinking, and Ms. Sanders brought up this point as well. Has staff studied the possibility of, if the property owners split the property into roughly 3 lots of equal size, would that conform with the existing zoning codes?
It wouldn't conform. There would still be the need for an exception to subdivide it into 3. But that is a possibility. It's sort of on the edge there of whether it becomes a 2-lot subdivision or a 3-lot subdivision. And of course, that would be up to the property owners,
Yeah, I think the exception would still be for the front lots not meeting the width requirement. And then I think that there would still need to be some sort of code change to allow for that flag lot to be created, unless you could configure it in some way where you could somehow get 3 lots fronting Amarillo, which I think would be difficult.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, I guess my thoughts here. I don't know. I think I kind of focusing on like policy 2.7 from the comp plan that several residents have cited. The plan that encourages retaining housing that is more affordable in existing neighborhoods, including a range of smaller housing types. I think the existing cottages being so old are certainly going to go for rent far cheaper than what these newly constructed 2-story homes will sell or rent for. We talk a lot about naturally occurring affordable housing in Palo Alto, and unfortunately, the only way that works is with older housing. Older housing is the only type of naturally affordable housing we have. And unfortunately, we're seeing from some of the newly constructed small workforce housing that's just coming online right now, not anywhere close to being affordable. So I understand that the alternative proposals the applicant can make, that there are alternative proposals that the applicant can make in order to propose a project that is consistent with our city zoning codes and policies. So, I do think it makes, I'm kind of concerned if council would go into the direction of approving a project that is in violation of so many city ordinances and kind of inconsistent with some of our city goals without more of a benefit to the community. And so I think kind of looking forward, project that can be more consistent with the zoning code, or providing promises to assure affordability moving in the future. I understand that is not the plan as of now, but if that was included, I think the project might make a little more sense. And I see I'm out of time.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. Can staff remind me of the square footage approximately of the existing units?
About 900 square feet, I believe.
About 900. Okay.
800
So
to
those are
900.
older units going for, I think, they're 4,000, and Ms. Tanner had said ADUs, and our Bay Area, something like 2,200. I agree with Councilmember Stone that a new unit is in all likelihood going to go for even more per square foot than older units, which we normally think are market rate affordable, but these are going for $4,000 a month for 900 square feet. First, that's pretty high rent, and I think we should assume that unless any of the new units are deed restricted, they're going to be in that kind of price range. So I think that Councilmember Stone touched on this, that if we were going to do something that essentially is a zoning change to accommodate aspirations of the applicant, I might be more open to this if there were a certain percentage of the units that were deed restricted affordable. And, we've had this under different of our development standards. There's no reason in my mind that the applicant couldn't enter into that agreement and have it deed restricted for a certain percentage of the units. And I think that would make a lot of folks more receptive to it, including a number of members of the public who spoke, who expressed that concern. And I guess another question I had for the applicant is on the parking accommodations. So how many parking spaces are planned under the scenario, unless our staff knows that answer, under the proposed scenario?
8.
8.
Total.
For how many units?
For 8 units. The
Okay,
ADUs are not required to have parking, so it would be 2 parking spaces for each main residence.
Got it. And under SB 9, there is another requirement on owner occupancy. Has staff digested the implications of that and whether that would apply for, is that for one of the 2 units on a lot split? Is that the way it is?
Yes.
So then in this case, it would be one of the 4 units. If we're doing a lot split, let's see. Yeah. The current units, how would it be if they're going to demolish it? How would they be able to accomplish an SB 9 redevelopment under the owner occupancy requirement, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
The owner would have to live at one of the 4 units.
I think under SB 9, it's kind of a voluntary certification program on that. Is that correct?
It's an affidavit.
Yeah, affidavit. Okay. Well, I guess as we look at implementing any city guidelines related to SB 9, we could look at how firmly that is established. Well, okay, so I think that really covers my thoughts and questions on it, that for us to consider a zoning up zone for this parcel, I'd want to see some form of deed restriction on the portion of the housing. Thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Thanks to the staff and the applicant for bringing this forward so the community can look at what's there and what might be there in the future and think about the options we have available. It's certainly understandable with, a building that's 70 years old that, whoever owns it would be interested in updating it. So that's obviously reasonable. I do just want to caution us a little bit about assumptions and labels. We've had a lot of things in emails and people assuming, what kind of family could afford what and how they might use it. And I just want us to be careful with that. I'm sure people are speaking from, personal experience, but I just do want us to be a little bit careful. $4,000 can't be affordable in one context and completely unaffordable in another context. And we've heard that, on different projects. So just take a moment on the terminology. I want to align myself with Councilmember Philsett's thoughtful questions on this topic. He asked most of mine. And I wonder, Mr. Late and Ms. Raybold, if you could just talk a little bit about this gentle density combining district concept, because I agree with the public speaker who said, it's if we do these one at a time, it's not only time consuming for us, it's hard for everyone to understand how, it's fair for everybody. So it sounds like there are more places that this might be appropriate. What would a combining district, help me understand what that might look like?
I'll start, or Jonathan, you can join in if you want. I guess it would be similar to the process of what we did with, for example, Wilton Court, the affordable housing overlay, creating a combining district that outlines what, where this can be applied, what development standards would apply to such a site. And then, as Jonathan mentioned in response to Councilmember Ku's comments, council could make a determination of kind of how that district gets applied. So you could choose to make it something that comes back to council each time to do a zoning map amendment to apply that combining district to a particular site in the future. But that would basically be how it works. And so I think if council was interested in exploring that option, it would be helpful to understand kind of what thoughts might be on development standards, I suppose.
Well, early in the process, Mr. Late, did you want to add something? No, we lost him. Might have hit the wrong button. No, he's there.
Sorry, I got a Zoom bomber over here.
Oh dear, that's fine. That's fine.
No, not much more to add. Just that, we haven't sorted out all the details. And I think there's a lot of components, as we've noodled it ourselves, including if you're going to create a path for additional units, how do you get some affordable units on that property? That's at least in conceptually in line with our inclusionary requirements. I think there's a number of these, we identified in our comprehensive plan the value of these cottage cluster properties. So these large residential properties with multiple units on them. And so I think if we were taking a look at this, we'd want to also contemplate some incentives to allow for the preservation of those types of units, and where redevelopment did occur, what would sort of be the parameters for that. So I think there's a lot there that we would need to study and analyze. But those are some initial thoughts combined with what Claire was noting.
There's preservation and then there's replication, right? So it's possible we could envision a scenario where someone, like the larger proposal here, replicates more of a cottage cluster. It might not be this exact layout. I think the other thing we haven't talked about tonight is it basically becomes a mini neighborhood, right? It creates a real sense of community, and your neighbors better if you're living closer to them. I remember when we were in graduate school, we lived in basically it was a sixplex in Menlo Park, and it was a great option to have. So I think there's some benefits we haven't discussed tonight that really get at building community. And I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you to staff and also to the applicant and the community members for working on this project. I wanted to just push in a little bit more to Councilmember Stone's question. I got, I heard the high level answer, but I didn't quite understand the. So let's say, for instance, the developers decided that they're not going to seek any variance at all. They're just going to try to go for whatever is allowed. What exactly is that? I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, it's just a subdivision. They would need to, but because the resulting parcels would not comply with the city's lot area or lot dimensions, they would need what's called an exception, a map exception. And so that sets up a discretionary process. As Councilmember Philseth noted, there are findings that go along with that map exception. But I think, I don't think that those findings would create a strong barrier to subdividing the site.
Okay, I guess I heard that before, but I was trying to understand exactly what shape and form would that. Okay, so let's say they got this subdivision, but basically, they try to seek the minimum, right? So, what exactly would the resultant building look like?
The resulting parcels?
Yeah, or resultant parcels, square footage, units. Like if there's basically if they got they didn't see any variance, they just want to just go as it is, right? And not try to go through a extensive entitlement process.
Right. So you would probably just split the lot in half. So
it'd be 2 units.
It'd be 2 parcels. And then on each of those parcels, one could develop up to 3 units, a primary residence, an ADU, and a JADU.
Okay. And in that scenario, I mean, is there any building that the city could actually enforce some sort of affordability requirement?
No.
Okay. So if we make the process really onerous, then you're saying that, let's say the developers, well, I'm just going to do the bare bones minimum, not try to get extensive entitlements here. They could just split the property, basically two single family homes with the right to do ADUs plus all whatever FAR that allows.
Yep.
Okay, and we couldn't enforce any sort of affordability requirement on this.
No, our current laws do not provide for affordable inclusionary units.
Okay.
That type of development.
Okay. Okay, that's what I kind of figured. So I guess, I'm trying to think of it also from the developer's perspective. So they're, I would assume, and I don't know much about this developer, but I assume the developer seeks a profit, right? I'm sure they bought the properties to develop and get a profit on it. And so anything that would force them to, make a lot less money, probably not going to do, I would imagine. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe the nature of the developers, it's a nonprofit. They're seeking disposable housing. I don't know. But I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, what are the real levers we have given that the default is, 2 single family homes, and they can max out the FAR, build a basement, whatever other entitlements they get built in. But I'm just trying to think of what levers do we have as a city
to achieve what end? I'm sorry, I missed.
Oh, I mean, in terms of, trying to get more units or trying to get more affordability, I'm just trying to think of it from practical point of view, right? Because we could say, well, we want this whole project to be affordable, right? 100% affordable, right? And the developer like, well, gee, I'm going to lose money doing that. So probably not going to do that. So they could all fall back to just split the lot, right?
Well, right. I think that's what's being, right. I mean, so there's a basic development scenario that seems likely for this property. Ownership has changed, and I would anticipate the easiest resolution or the least resistance to go forward is to subdivide the property and build that out as 2 single family homes, maybe with an ADU. If the applicant, though, has indicated an interest to explore the possibility of selling off 4 parcels instead of 2.
Sure.
And the resultant development on that. Between staff in conversations with the applicant in this conceptual preliminary stage, we did talk about the idea of some kind of affordability component. That's not what the applicant is proposing. We've heard a couple of council members make reference to that. If there was an interest for the applicant to file an application and go forward, I would anticipate that would be part of the consideration. So, I at some point though, as you know, council member, if it becomes too onerous, the property owner is not going to be interested in pursuing that.
And they do need some approval for the lot line change, but you're saying that is not a strong enough thing to where we could force, minimum units or a minimum amount of affordability from what
There are findings in our code for how we process a map with exceptions and or just a map generally too, and that would come before the city council and we'd have to evaluate the application when it's filed in compliance with those findings, and we would present that to the council. You've had a few of these come before you before. I'm forgetting the address, but there was one, maybe College Terrace area within the past year where I think the council took action to do a similar subdivision of a large R1 property.
Okay. At least from what I recall, you have a limited amount of discretion at that point.
I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to understand, like how much discretion we actually have on something like this, because it's I think a different story if they were going in, they were like wanting to get double the FAR, and they had like some really. Then we have to really talk about, so what are the community benefits, right? What is the impacts, right? But if this is quasi automatic, if by default, I think we have to kind of think about like, well, really, how much can you ask for? Is that a fair assessment, or am I missing something here?
Well, I think I think there's one path that is easier than another, but I don't see that there's any special ask being made that hasn't been contemplated or approved previously by the city. At this conceptual stage, we'd of course look at a formal application and evaluate it then, but just at this level, I think there's a couple of paths, and it sounds like just by the submission of the application, the pre-screening application, that there's at least some tolerance for going through a process. But what that process looks like in the end, or what the asks are, yeah, I can't answer that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka, we've got another study session.
I'm done. Thank you, though.
Okay, thanks. So I have a lot of new laws here to figure out. So I just want to drill down again on what Councilmember Tanaka and Councilmember Stone just asked. So you said, Councilmember Stone, you said because of SB 330, it would split, but it would have to have 4 units. And it sounds like a house and an ADU on each lot would count as 4. Is that right?
An ADU counts as a unit.
Okay. So won't it be that there'd be a lot split and there could be 2 houses on each lot?
Yeah, that's a likely scenario, I would say. If
that could also happen.
That could happen. A lot split with 2 units or redevelopment of the property.
But I'm saying, could it be 2 houses on each lot, or do we run into the flag lot issues again?
No, you could have 2. I mean, you could have a house, primary residence, and an ADU on each of the resulting parcels.
All right, I understand that. Okay, but it couldn't be 2 houses on a lot necessarily.
It could be 2 houses technically, I suppose, on a lot per. Well, no, sorry. Under SB 9, it could be 2 houses. Under our code, it could be a house and an ADU.
Okay.
Or JADU.
And again, SB 9 has a number of components to it where, because they're a rental now, they couldn't do anything in the next 3 years. They'd have to, they couldn't have rental housing for 3 years. That's one provision. There's a number of these aspects of SB 9, which incidentally we'll be bringing to the council in December, some more information on that.
So a letter came in suggesting that part of SB 9 would be disallowing ADUs for a lot split.
Yeah.
Is that part of SB 9 itself, or is that an option the city would have?
No, that's part of the SB9 language, I believe. I mean, it's not that you can do 2 units and ADUs. You just get 2 units in the resulting parcels. That's the sort of the bottom line there.
Okay, it seems like there's a conflict here with what we just said, that to get back to the 4 under SB 330, we'd have to allow an ADU.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the conflict is.
It could be an ADU. The point is that we only have to allow 2 units on a lot in total under SB 9.
But under SB 330, we'd have to replace the 4 for the anti-displacement provision, right?
But 2 houses or 4 houses or 2 houses and 2 ADUs would be the equivalent of 4, because the ADUs count as units.
Okay. But if we didn't allow ADUs under SB 9 splits, then we would have a conflict.
I think we're just mixing items up here. Again, this wouldn't be the scenario that you're describing would not be a qualifying SB 9 project. If the applicant wanted to go forward, it couldn't happen as SB 9. So I think that is a theoretical conversation that doesn't have applicability here.
That's very helpful. Thanks. So there was some discussion in the staff report about the need for a wider drive or a private street being like 22 feet. And if we went with the alternative with the 2 lots plus a private street, does that street footage count as part of the lot size? Because I think the issue with the alternative was the lots were still too large. So I was just trying to figure out, well, if part of it becomes a street, then do the lots become compliant?
The 2 lots wouldn't require a private street. You would do an easement over that.
I'm talking about the alternative here. I guess that was the.
If you're only looking at 2 lots in total, they wouldn't be required to have a private street.
Claire, it's the alternative, the 4 lots.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yes. So it would be deducted from lot area. The private street area gets deducted from lot area.
Okay, I just wasn't sure, because you got in the staff report, it said the street was too small, and it was just barely, the resulting split was just barely too big. So if you made the street larger, I'm just trying to understand if that option would be fully compliant.
No, so you are referencing the 2 lot split.
Yeah.
Versus 4 lots.
Right, which had on the map, it has a driveway kind of down the middle, I guess, shared between the 2.
Right, and under the 2 lot split, that wouldn't be a private street. So they're only required to have a private street if you have lots that don't have frontage along a street. So
Okay, got it. I was just trying to see if there was a way it would just be compliant. So, Mr. O'Hanlon, you can probably hear we're dealing with a lot of new laws, and I think council's trying to figure those out. And we're right in the midst. Later on tonight, we're talking about changing our subjective standards to objective standards. So for me, this is zoned R1. I'm not as interested in a citywide change for this one proposal. I think if you could find a way to come back with a compliant proposal. I do think the flood zone is going to be a concern. We have seen projects near here that have come to us, that were required to be fairly high because of the flood zone. And so it seems like a tricky situation. I appreciate the proposals, but again, with this combination of factors, it seems difficult to get a 2-story home be SB 330 compliant. And I think your second option was getting closer to that. And then we also heard from a lot of the neighbors, and I did look around the neighborhood there. When you get onto Greer, you are looking again at Eichlers and mid-century modern homes. We do have a single-story overlay. That was the issue with the other project that came to us, that even in the flood zone, it was up so high, it was looking into people's backyards and privacy issues. Looks like this location is a little bit different, but again, that's kind of where I am. I think the first the first alternative that would require some citywide zoning changes is it's not the way I'd prefer to go. Okay, so that ends the first study session. We're a little bit behind, but I'd suggest we just jump right into the second one.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to invite Sam Gutierrez to present the next pre-screening application. This one is for a planned home zoning application, and so the council will recall, we've seen a few of these since we went down this path, and as noted in the staff report, the council did give some refinement to sort of the parameters of what you were expecting as far as a PHC. This application was filed before then, and we had a conversation with the applicant, and they're still interested in going forward, and so they have an opportunity to present their project here this evening. Sam, why don't you go ahead and make your presentation? I'll just actually note too on this one, there's not a lot of public comment as well on this pre-screening application from the community. Concerns about the large oak tree that's near and overhanging the property. Some concerns about the floodplain, traffic, construction related considerations. So we have that as part of the public record, and a number of these issues we would be examining for a formal application. And just a reminder to those who may have joined us more recently, there's no action being taken place tonight. These are conceptual, high-level plans, and staff has not done a thorough code review, which would happen with a formal application submittal. Okay, Sam, take it away.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Jonathan. I will share my screen now. If I could find the share button.
I'm sorry, and are you the applicant?
No, I'm Sam Gutierrez.
Oh, sorry,
the project planner.
Didn't recognize you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's been a little while since I've been in front of the council, Mayor. Okay.
You don't let them out often.
Okay. Can the council and everyone see my screen or the presentation?
Yeah, that's good, Sam.
Okay, thank you. So once again, this is a 660 University. It's a PHC pre-screening application before the City Council. I am Sam Gutierrez, the project planner that was assigned to this pre-screening application. I want to discuss just a brief overview of the project. It is located along University Avenue and actually touches the corner of University and Middlefield. It is 3 parcels that are currently have a land use designation of multifamily residential and is zoned RM20. There's existing development on the project site that includes medical office buildings that are legal non-conforming, and the project seeks to merge all of the parcels together to create a new mixed-use building consisting of 70 housing units, 9,115 square feet of office. It would be 4 stories tall, approximately 2.29 FAR. The project would also include a large roof deck for the residents and would have parking provided in the below grade garages. Here we could see a conceptual view of the project in section view. Again, the project is 4 stories, so approximately 45 feet tall, where an additional 10 feet would be required for rooftop equipment. And again, on the upper level would be the roof terrace for the residential units. Something to note is that there would be a requirement for a text amendment, as the permitted height under the current zoning would be 35 feet. So there would be a need for an amendment to perhaps bump it up to 45 feet, something for the council to consider. The unit mixture is 56 studio units, 6 1-bedroom, 8 2-bedroom that range from about 415 square feet to 865. Each unit does have its own balcony, so private outdoor space, and those balconies range proportionally with the units themselves, so 60 square feet to about 120 square feet. And here again in section view, you could see the kind of breakdown of the different levels. Moving to more details about the project, this would not create a net increase in jobs. As mentioned earlier, there is existing offices at the project site. The project actually proposes a minor net loss of office square feet of 100 square feet total. The project is proposing to comply with the 20% inclusionary requirement, where 20% of the units are affordable. In terms of parking, there is a slight parking reduction being proposed here, where there's 103 parking stalls provided and 115 per code based on the uses would be required. The parking would be accessed from Middlefield Road. Here you could see a concept again of the site plan, and then you can see the driveway access there on the right. The parking spaces are distributed between 2 levels of parking below grade that include standard parking stalls and lift parking. Some of the lift parking are in a tandem configuration, which is not typical. In Palo Alto, we have said previously that this would need to be kind of an automated parking system, which is possible. And the other thing to note is that there is no bicycle parking shown. Again, this is a high-level conceptual project, but looking at the site overall and the conceptual garages, it does appear that there's sufficient room for bicycle parking. The project is adjacent to a large protected oak tree. Here you can see in the photo to the right in the kind of site plan view, there's a large oak tree that overhangs onto the project site. The applicant is aware of this and has modified their proposal to take in consideration at a high level the tree's protection zone, the TPZ for the oak. Again, this is a high level application, so we don't have that level of detail for an arborist report analysis. So that would be something that would accompany a formal report a formal application where an arborist report would be included, and then our urban forestry division would review that to make sure conformance with applicable findings and policies regarding protected trees. And some of the key considerations here is that the land use map would need to be amended. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the existing land uses designation is for multifamily, and that doesn't permit mixed use development. So an amendment to the map to allow mixed use development would be needed. Another consideration would be the replacement of the legal nonconforming office space. Again, there was a minor net loss of office space proposed. The total housing and its typology and affordability for the project, the development standards, such as the height, the text amendment I mentioned, setbacks, which were also modified to consider the oak, the proposed FAR and the parking reduction, and then again, consideration of the oak tree and the roof deck. Staff recommends the City Council conduct a pre-screening review and provide informal comments regarding the applicant's request for a rezoning and land use map amendment for the proposed plan home zoning project located on 3 RM20 zone properties. Again, just to remind everyone, comments provided during the pre-screening are not binding on the city or the applicant. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll go to the applicant, I assume. We'll get 10 minutes.
Terrific. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am Boyd Smith, and I am pleased to present this apartment project at 660 University at the intersection of University and Middlefield Road. This development is a joint venture with the landowners, Palo Alto Dental and Smith Development. We propose an appropriately sized 4-story, 45-foot, 70-unit apartment building consisting of 56 studios, 6 one-bedroom units, and 8 two-bedroom units. 14 of these apartments will be affordable, 4 very low income, 3 low income, 3 moderate income, and 4 workforce housing units. These apartments will be on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor. The 1st floor will have general office. We are proposing to build less office than what currently exists on the site. We have done a thorough neighbor outreach. Up until a few minutes ago, knew of no opposition. Some neighbors are enthusiastically supportive. There is also wide community support, including from Palo Alto Forward and YIMBY Action. And in the last 2 weeks, Palo Alto Dental has collected 89 signatures of support. The project has a single-family home neighbor at 524 Middlefield Road. This home is in an RM20 zoned neighborhood. We have discussed our development with this neighbor more than a dozen times in the last year and a half. The owner does not wish to be part of the public process at this point, but they are aware of the project that is before you tonight. The screening between our properties, the daylight plane, the setback are all in response to this neighbor's feedback. We are also committed to preserving the large oak tree on our neighbor's property whose canopy extends onto our property. The building and garage have been designed to maintain the health of that tree. The proposed project's density and uses are needed for this development to be economically viable to Palo Alto Dental and Smith Development. Without the density and office space proposed, Palo Alto Dental is better off keeping the existing buildings on site as they are. To be clear, if this project is built, Palo Alto Dental will continue serving the community as they do today by simply relocating within Palo Alto. The project will not result in the loss of Palo Alto Dental to the community. I will now turn the time over to our architect, Ted Korth.
Good evening. This is as Boyd was explaining, this is a view of the proposed project from Middlefield and University Avenue. At a conceptual level, we've designed the project to be a good neighbor. There are other 4-story buildings in the neighborhood. There are other smaller buildings as well. The project's been designed to express the architectural volumes at different heights, different plane changes. Each unit has a projecting balcony off of it with a glass railing. That'll add life to the project and be a welcome space for those that are living in the units. The ground plane has been designed to provide activity at street level combined with landscaping. There are canopies that are projecting at the ground plane. You can see where the people are walking along on the sidewalk. So it'll give a nice scale to the project as it meets the ground. On the left upper corner there, you can see where the building is stepped back. Maybe Arista, you could show. Thank you. We've stepped the building in that area. It transitions down to the neighboring house. That does meet the required daylight plane for the project in the section that Samuel showed you a few minutes ago. Next, please. So this is the existing site, University at the top, Byron on the left, Middlefield on the right. And then if Arista, if you could point out where the oak tree is. So there's the existing oak tree. That line that surrounds it is the existing canopy to the tree. So the whole perimeter of the exterior of the tree, and you can show where the trunk of the tree is too, please. So the project's been designed to respect that tree so that it can remain, it can be preserved. And we've stepped the garage back to allow the roots to maintain their health as well. So this will preserve that tree, preserve that tree as part of this development. Next, please. So this is an aerial view. The light green color shows an outdoor roof deck at the top of the residential portion of the project. There's also a lower one down at the 4th floor. You can see where the building is stepping down. Maybe Arista, you could point that out. So there's a step cut back at the 4th floor there so that it steps down, and there's another outdoor deck on that location. There's also a proposed garden beneath the oak tree, accessible from the ground floor and also from Byron as well. Next, please. So Sammy went through the floor plan, so I won't go through these in great detail. We do have an elevator for both the office and a different elevator for the residential, so that they can get down. We'll go to different floors for the residential portion, but also for the office section to get down to the garage below. So the upper left is the ground floor. About 1/3 of it is residential to the right, and 2/3 of it is office to the left in blue. The second floor plan and the 3rd floor plan are very much the same. The different colored units are just describing a little bit different configuration for each one. We have 2 bedrooms and 1 bedroom units at the corners, and then studios towards the center of the building. The lower right-hand corner, you can see the stepped open space on the 4th floor. Next, please. And then the parking levels are 2 levels below grade. The first level below grade would be for office parking. The level of 2 levels below grade would be for the residential, and that's for the stacked parking system would be located as well. Next, please. So these are a couple of the studio units, different configurations depending on where they are in the building, with the outdoor deck in gray. Next, please. There's a 2-bedroom unit on the right, a 1-bedroom unit on the left. Next, please. And then this is a combined drawing again that shows the daylight plan in the upper left that Samuel already explained, but it is compliant as we've designed the building. Next, please. This is a view of the site outlined in green with the 2 existing 2-story office use buildings on the site. And then there are 2 other 4-story buildings adjacent to the project, kind of flanking it to either side. So there are buildings of similar scale in the neighborhood. Next, please. So this is the proposed project. Balconies, changes in plane, deep set windows, and stepping as it goes back towards the residential building on Middlefield. Next, please. And this is a view from Middlefield, again, showing that terracing and the existing oak tree. Existing and the oak tree that will remain in the future as well. Next. And then this is a view from the opposite side of the project on Byron. It shows the existing 2-story building. It's, I guess it's a dental facility right now. And then our building adjacent to it with the garden at the ground floor, showing you what this would all appear like. And I think that's I hope I did it within the proper time frame. Thank you very much.
You're good. Thank you.
Yeah.
So is that it for both of you guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go to the public for public comment. If you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand. And given the number of speakers here, I think we'll go with 2 minutes a speaker. And the first speaker is Keith Bennett. Keith?
I'm Keith. You can hear me, I assume?
Yeah, we can.
I'm Keith Bennett, representing Save Palo Alto's groundwater. Our interest is solely on impacts of underground construction of areas of high groundwater, which are often overlooked by applicants. The proposed project at 660 University Avenue includes 2 levels of underground parking, covering approximately 90% of the lot. To accommodate this underground parking, the excavation will likely be 25 feet deep and reach groundwater. Palo Alto's building code requires the building to be sufficiently heavy to keep it from floating at the highest anticipated groundwater depth, which, considering groundwater fluctuations and sea level rise, would be about 10 feet above the bottom of the substructure. Water of this depth, covering 90% of the lot, will lift 12.8 million pounds. Assuming 3 million pounds of weight of the first level underground parking and above ground structure, an additional 9.8 million pounds of concrete will be required to prevent the building from floating. The CO2 released by concrete production is about 18% of its weight, which comes to a bit under 1.8 million pounds additional CO2 for the construction of this second level parking. How much is 1.8 million pounds of CO2? CO2 emissions from all residential use of natural gas in Palo Alto totals about 160 million pounds annually. The additional CO2 emitted for the second level parking of this garage, the single project, is 1.1% of total residential emissions for a year. Let's look at this another way. The city is trying to get residents to convert their gas burning stoves to electric. A typical gas burning range emits about 400 pounds of CO2 per year. To offset the emissions of this project, 4,500 residential ranges would need to be replaced in the year of construction. At $2,000 to $4,000 cost per replacement, offsetting these emissions would cost $9 to $18 million. The greenhouse gas emitted by this basement construction would essentially forever contribute to climate change. We strongly request not permitting any underground construction exceeding 15 feet below ground surface for this project. Zoning exceptions should not be provided for a project which strongly conflicts with the city's goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gail Price.
Thank you. I'm Gail Price, President of Palo Alto Forward. My comments support 660 University Avenue. This PHC zone proposal will yield much needed new housing and aligns with our RENA housing allocation, which we strongly support. There is a growing housing shortage. This residential mixed-use proposal, one, is exactly what residents have identified as a priority in previous surveys. Two, the location downtown and walking and biking distance to Caltrain and buses is ideal and will enable all tenants to access services and support our local economy. Three, the height, design, stepped floors, and building placements are compatible with many buildings surrounding the site, thereby complementing the neighborhood character. The proposed project has numerous proponents. Four, the location would diminish reliance on vehicles and reduce GHG emissions, as well documented by planning and transportation experts. The parking ratio should be further modified from 2 to 1 or less than 1, especially for the smallest units, since the site is located adjacent to retail, office, and transit. The location is ideal. Some residents may not even own cars. Parking spaces are expensive to build and maintain. As the city reacts to the denial of its appeal of the RENA housing allocation, the council should regard this proposal as an opportunity to demonstrate their support of housing solutions that are feasible and that fit our community. You can make a difference if you support this concept without making major modifications beyond what is proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our final speaker will be Eric Carlson. Our next speaker is Martha Vanzina.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mayor Dubois, Vice Mayor Byrd, and council members. My name is Martha Vanzina, and I am one of the partners at the Palo Alto Dental Group. I have lived in Palo Alto since 2002 and have a son who is actually a junior at Gone High School. I have been a full-time dentist at our group since 2004, and I feel very proud of what Palo Alto Dental Group means for our community. I'm here today to represent the Palo Alto Dental Group and to voice our enthusiastic support to the Smith Development's proposed project. While 511 Byron Street has been home to Palo Alto Dental Group since 1934, we support this proposed project for two primary reasons. First, this project will result in bringing much needed housing units to our community. While no one project can solve our housing shortage, the cumulative impact of these projects can substantially improve housing availability in our region. Second, this project will not result in the loss of our dental practice to the patients we serve in Palo Alto. We are not leaving Palo Alto and have a good relocation site in the city. It will be an updated, modern facility which will allow us to continue serving our patients to the highest standards. This project represents change, and it is a positive change. Smith Development's proposed project is appropriately located in the downtown Palo Alto area with great proximity to communities serving retail and public transit. In closing, we hope it is clear from us that the Palo Alto Dental Group supports the Smith Development proposed multifamily housing project at 660 University Avenue, and that council support and approval of this project will not result in the loss of Palo Alto Dental Group services to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leah Prince.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lee Prince. I am a land use attorney with Jorgensen, Siegel, McClure, and Flegel. I am here representing the Hamilton Homeowners Association. To prepare for this meeting and the letter I submitted on October 21st, I spent a lot of time listening to your discussions regarding planned home zoning. Based on the policy direction you have provided, the proposed project at 660 University is not the type of project the council intended to incentivize with PHZ zoning. The council indicated that PHZ proposals should be a moderate adjustment to base zoning. As detailed in my letter, this proposal is a significant adjustment to existing multifamily residential zoning. It proposes 7 times the maximum residential density, which is far from a moderate adjustment. The project also proposes 4 times the maximum allowable floor area ratio. Density and FAR are not the only standards the applicant is ignoring. For every standard, height, setback, parking, the applicant is seeking a significant modification. While the PHZ was largely designed to encourage residential and commercial zone, this project proposes the opposite, proposing general office where only residential is allowed. Developing housing only would be a better project for the city's jobs housing balance. Another core component of any PHZ proposal is that it should include a minimum 20% affordable. As I explained in my letter, by the city's own definition, affordable includes very low, low, or moderate. Thus, the applicant is only proposing 14% affordable, and this does not meet the council's direction, and it is certainly not an adequate public benefit in exchange for the massive increase in density intensity that will be borne by the neighboring senior residents of the Hamilton. Following your own zoning code, comprehensive plan, and policy guidance, this project should not move forward as proposed. A more modest modification to the underlying zoning with significantly reduced density, no office, and a true public benefit, such as affordable senior housing, would be more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lily G. And Lily, you should be able to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Lily G. My husband and I have 2 daughters. We have been living in Palo Alto for 10 years. We love Palo Alto for its schools, weather, diversity, and beautiful ginkgo trees by the main library. My husband and I came to the United States 20 years ago for graduate school, and we became US citizens through naturalization. As first-generation immigrants, the only blood relatives we have here are our 2 daughters. We hope our daughters could live close when we are older. They also love Palo Alto. However, the only reason will prevent them from living here is formidable housing price. Regardless of their interests and talents, they have to major in computer science and be lucky enough to join the next Google or Facebook to be able to afford living in Palo Alto. We support the development of 660 University Avenue affordable housing so the younger generation who love Palo Alto can stay here. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeff Levinsky.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and everyone. This proposal is just one more case of developers trying to see how much they can get away with. This is no win for affordable housing. As the earlier speaker mentioned, most of the housing in this building, including the 4 so-called workforce housing units, will be offered at luxury prices, just like the workforce housing project the council approved a few years ago on the former VTA lot. So forget about those 4 units. That leaves just 10 units that will actually be priced below market rate. That's under 15%, but we require 15% of other buildings to be affordable. So this building is actually supplying nothing in the way of affordable housing beyond what an ordinary building would. This proposal also wants to be exempted from a setback on Middlefield. So if we ever need to widen that road to accommodate more traffic, we won't be able to. So that too is no win for the public. Third, the developer is asking for an incredible amount of free FAR. Normally they could build 0.5 on this site, but instead you're being asked to give them 2.4. That's what's in the staff report, not in the PowerPoint, or almost 5 times as much as they're entitled to. It's about an extra 41,000 square feet. What's that worth? Well, when the city sold extra FAR back in 2018, it charged $341 per square foot. So this comes out to $13.9 million that you're giving this developer a free FAR. And we taxpayers are ultimately going to need to subsidize thousands of units of affordable housing somewhere in the city. If you upzone this site for mostly luxury housing, then we taxpayers are going to have to pay more for land somewhere else to build all that affordable housing. So this project is a lose, 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 lose. A win-win would be to require 100% affordable housing at this site. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nina Nguyen.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hello, my name is Nina Nguyen, and I'm a resident here in Palo Alto. I also run a small business in town as well. I thank you for this opportunity to share some of my thoughts with this particular housing subject. I mean, we need housing. That's definitely number one in need in this city. And we need to support people who live where they work. I run a small business in town, and all of my staff, they're not able to have any opportunity for many years to able to live in this city. They have to travel from very far away, from different cities to come here and work. And so support housing and support the community, giving opportunity for people to work here and having a good quality of life, it definitely needed. So the facts that, Palo Alto City haven't been taking the opportunity to build any housing and usualize other city to build housing. For example, the neighbor of Mountain View or Redwood City have been building for the past decade. They're ahead of the curve. And people living in Palo Alto, working in Palo Alto have to live somewhere else, usually housing somewhere else to come here and work here. So I support this, absolutely support 100% with this plan so that we have a better quality of life and to people that live here can able to live near work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Hi, this is Kelsey Baines with YIMBY Action, and want to echo the previous speaker in terms of supporting this project. We all know we have a dire housing shortage, and this to me seems like a no-brainer project. I think if we are unwilling to have a 45-foot building right in our downtown where you can walk to almost anything you need, I wonder where are we willing to put it if not here. And I think it's funny and somewhat sad to see luxury condo residents hiring a lawyer to oppose more modest housing than they live in on the basis that it's insufficiently affordable. Like many of these other PHZ projects, this is not a 100% affordable project, and it won't be. As the applicant said, the alternative here is that things will stay the same and we'll get zero homes. So it's important to think about, I won't say relatively affordable again, but what is relatively inexpensive? Because the reality of what is getting built downtown, there are residential units getting built downtown, but it's things like 4 penthouses above an office, or a very small number of units that ultimately they need to rent for a lot. So they rent for something like $8,000 a month, these new construction apartments. And I think we can get that price point down, but we have to allow more density. And it should matter to this council whether a new constructed apartment is affordable to people who make $300,000 or $150,000 a year. That relative Number matters to the people who live here. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Chris Reen.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm Chris Reen. My wife Ann and I have been residents of Palo Alto for the past 50 years. We're now residents at the Hamilton. I'm here speaking not only for myself in opposition to the proposed project, but also on behalf of the Hamilton Homeowners Association and its 49 residents. There was a mention about outreach by the applicant. We never heard anything about that, so I don't know what that was. Let me focus quickly on parking. If you look at their application, their numbers and plans for parking just keep jumping around. What does that tell you? It tells me that the developer has not paid much attention to the fact of the need for sufficient parking. Downtown parking has been a problem for years for Palo Alto, and this project is going to make it much, much worse. Because if you look at their drawings there, they're proposing that most of the parking will be in stackers. These are these mechanical things where cars are lifted up and shoved back. Who's going to operate those stackers? The residents can't do it. Would the resident give his keys to somebody else to move his car? No, I don't think so. What they need is valet parking. They're going to have 24/7 valet parking. Is the developer going to fund the cost of that 24/7 valet parking? Make your own educated guess on that. I'm also very concerned about the traffic problems on Middlefield with the garage opening up onto Middlefield right next to the University Avenue intersection. That's going to be a real problem. And then the tree, they say they're going to protect it, but if you look at the drip line area, this project is going to invade that drip line area quite significantly and will probably kill the tree. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Eric Carlson.
Good evening. I'm Eric Carlson. My wife and I just recently moved to Palo Alto after a rather extensive searching process to try to find some place. I would just point out that I think the idea of affordable housing in Palo Alto is sort of an oxymoron. However, this project won't do much for affordable housing and will create several problems in this neighborhood. The most important of which is the density of the project will make a major change in the character of this neighborhood. If you are in this neighborhood now at night, you can walk. The offices are empty. The Methodist church is empty. Most of the housing is senior housing and the residents are asleep. This is a very quiet neighborhood. What's going to go in is going to be a lot of small units designed probably for single family or individuals. On the roof is going to be a party roof, so I'll get to look out my window and see the party roof across the lot. Not only will the oak tree be adversely impacted, but there are many other trees that are involved here, and I didn't see in the picture that any of these trees remained. So I think the negative impact on this neighborhood is going to be immense. I already mentioned the traffic and the parking and other issues, so I urge you to substantially suggest to the developer that they downsize it, and also perhaps that they make it a senior project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back to council. And we're running fairly late, so if you could keep your comments to the point, it'd be appreciated. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, thank you. So we've been really looking at how do we accommodate significant additional housing in the community. And we have both outlying areas that are candidates, the Lower Stanford Research Park, some areas out in San Antonio, certainly the El Camino corridor, and our two downtowns, Cal Ave and University Avenue downtown. And we've had very little progress in the two downtowns to date. And yet, as we're seeing this transformation in the retail environment, we recognize that not only do we need to provide the housing in a place where we have transit and services, but we also need to support our existing businesses, and residents in that area would be a strong component. So in principle, I support a project roughly along these lines. Certainly, we need to look at the issues of compatibility with surrounding buildings. While I think that there are legitimate concerns about how to screen the rooftop garden and other aspects, I will note that when both the Lytton Gardens was built and the Hamilton was built, there was considerable concern over the mass and scale and height of those buildings and their compatibility. And this project is kind of roughly sandwiched between them. We're any of the significant housing that we're going to have in the downtown areas is going to be pretty dense and need to be at least of a moderate height. So having said that, in principle, there are a number of issues that I'd like to emphasize. One is we have another project before us with very small unit sizes being proposed. And this is really because of two forces that we're considering this. One is the market is driving towards smaller unit sizes. And yet what we've said as a community and as a council is that we want housing for a range of affordability and types of housing, and really to have not merely housing for singles, but for also a certain mix of families. And so I would want to see more 2-unit apartments included in this project, even if it is not predominantly so. Second, the driver is from a city standpoint and a regulatory standpoint is the RENA allocations. And they basically, the regional bodies and essentially the state counts each housing unit the same. So if we're mandated 6,000 housing units, 6,000 micro unit studios count the same as 6,000 homes for families. And the driver ends up being that we have a very poor mix of those from what's being incentivized for us to do as a city. We're being pushed to support and build a lot of very small units that will really create an imbalance over time if that's virtually all that we're getting to come before us. I also want to bring up the affordability component. I concur with some of the speakers that the workforce housing that we had as a model at what's now the Alta Locale on the corner of El Camino and Page Mill, we're seeing that the workforce unit is being offered, or units are being offered on their website at a discount, if I recall correctly, of $15 per month per unit. And so that, in my mind, is a failure of attempting to actually have some form of subsidized housing, milder subsidy, but in the workforce, it's essentially not a subsidy at all, because they're qualified as workforce because they're small units as well, and we don't really equate the income level to the unit size, which is an issue that I think the city and the council need to take on. So I'd like to see that switch from the workforce into other lower income categories in this mix that we have here. We also have a modest reduction in the parking requirements. I think that that we need to really look at having some form of TDM programs with the PHC projects, promoting and providing services for bikes and electric bikes and other micromobility that will really reduce both our traffic and greenhouse gas emissions and the parking demands as well. Keith Bennett raised a real concern in my mind on the environmental impacts of a project with the massive amounts of concrete that he believes would be necessary for the project. If that is correct, and I don't have the basis to determine whether that is correct or not, but if it is, it points out an issue with our climate action initiatives that we really should be taking on to a greater extent. And that is the carbon content of concrete. And we have now materials already on the market that are reduced carbon content in concrete, and others on the horizon that are even more so. And in a PHC project, even before we adopt requirements on that as a city, that's the sort of thing that a developer could come forward and offer as part of their project proposal as a mitigation against the environmental impact of the project from the concrete. I think that really covers my thoughts and comments on this. I think that it's in the ballpark, and that not everybody will be happy with the size and of a project that is needed to get the housing that we're looking for. But ultimately, we're going to have to accept some larger projects if we're going to get anywhere near what we're mandated to do and what we frankly have set out in our own goals in our comprehensive plan and the sorts of locations that we want to have the housing occur. And if we don't want it all in South Palo Alto and outlying areas, we need to accommodate it, do a better job of incentivizing and accommodating it in our two downtowns. Thanks.
You're on mute, Tom. If you're calling me, I'll go.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I want to align myself with the vast majority of the Vice Mayor's comments, particularly at the beginning with the overall part. I agree on the mix of the unit size. I think having a few more 2 bedrooms, would be great. I know that at least one of our colleagues would prefer that there be many smaller ones, but again, the wide variety I think is important. Let me say a few things that I like. I do think there is sufficient parking here. I appreciate the first floor canopies. It makes it more human scale. It looks more attractive for pedestrians. Thank you for complying with the daylight plane. I think it's rare to have a 4-story application that is next to a 1-story residence and to have that look like it's going to work. So super appreciate that effort. And I do think there's a nice balance across the income levels. This is one area where I think I might disagree with the Vice Mayor is, and whether we can argue about what happened before, but I think having a wide variety of income levels is appropriate. I think that's been a nice balance. Okay, I don't know, Mr. Lade or any other staff members, did we change the zoning when the Hamilton was built on Byron or when Lytton Gardens was built? Did we have to change the zoning for that?
So I'm not recalling. I don't know if Sam or Jody.
I could answer. Lytton Gardens is a PHZ, and then the Hamilton is also not PHC, but a former PC. Today would be considered a PHC, and so is the one in Hamilton.
Okay, so we had to make zoning changes for both of those projects?
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then let's see, a few things I just wanted to talk about in terms of, we've heard the concerns about the oak tree, and it sounds like the applicant is looking at how to accommodate that. There was an understandable concern raised about traffic on Middlefield. It's a short distance and a backup, so I think it's worthwhile spending a little bit of time on that. And I concur with the Vice Mayor's suggestion that some sort of TMA might be helpful. 2 levels of parking is so expensive. It's so expensive that we require that, and it's going to go down, and we're going to have our groundwater issues and more concrete, et cetera. So I just want the whole community to appreciate that this requirement of ours, which I'm not disputing, comes at a really significant cost. And then I wanted to thank Dr. Vanzina, who called in tonight to saying that this project represents change and that it's a positive change. This is a change for the community to start really building lots of new housing. It's going to be 70 units with 14 being affordable, and we can fight whether about 14 or 10. We'll get that sorted out. But fundamentally, when I look at packet page 29, we get this or we get nothing. And so if we want these 70 homes and we want 14 of them to work, for the person who called in and said her people who work downtown have to drive from far away, this is what it's going to take. I think this is a thoughtful proposal. I think it's in the right place. It fits in with the other 4-story multifamily buildings that are nearby, and it does represent some change. But I appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing the next iteration.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question, and then I'll get to some questions. The report states that all but one affordable unit will be provided in the studio unit size. Would that one unit be one of the below market rate units or the workforce housing? I don't know if staff knows that or the applicant.
Sam, you got that?
I'll need a second to double check that. I don't know off the top of my head.
We are doing the same.
I think it's unit D is there.
So just to protect your time here, Councilmember, we'll come back to you on that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You'd make a good quarterback, Mr. Late. Maybe 49ers should take you on. All right. So. Sorry to bring up bad memories from last night. All right.
We have an answer for you here. Actually.
Oh, good. Okay.
So the one unit is unit D, and that is actually a 1-bedroom unit. That's very low income unit.
Okay. So, okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hate to see when we're trying to incorporate all the below market rate units into the smaller units. So that's good to see. All right. So, I mean, just some comments. One, I appreciate the care and concern that the applicant is taking with the protected oak tree. But I also share the concern of many residents about the safety of that tree. So definitely look forward to the arborist report if this project does move forward. I also agree. I thought Keith Bennett raised several alarming statistics regarding the environmental impacts of the underground parking garage, and look forward to kind of exploring that a little more and possible mitigations that could be had. I think it's really important. I've said this in the past, when we are pursuing one city goal, which is here creating more housing, that we're not risking other city goals such as reducing greenhouse gas emissions and protecting our environment. So I want to make sure that we're consistent. One of my concerns about the affordable housing being proposed here to justify the PHZ, and Vice Mayor Burt weighed in on this, and several residents as well, is that it just meets the 20% BMR requirement, but 4 of those 14 units are above moderate housing units, and as Vice Mayor Burt pointed out, the new workforce housing project at 2755 El Camino, those are essentially the same as market rate prices. And in addition, all of these units will be the studio units, with the exception of that one. So I do think the project is requesting several variances and exceptions from the city, which under the PHZ, we have allowed for those variances for affordable housing as a community benefit. But if we're going to provide those variances, I think the community benefit must be real and not illusory. I think here only 14% of the proposed affordable units are below market rate units. The other 6% are workforce housing, which again, essentially the same as market rate housing. So I would like to see, I'd like to see the below market rate units be increased, especially since, and I think one of the public speakers pointed out, 15% is already the requirement across the city. So what are we really getting here as far as the affordability piece? And kind of another thought, we currently have regulations in place to ensure this property can only be converted into housing through the multiple family land use designation. By deregulating this property and allowing for office use in addition to housing, I fear that by trying to do good and adding additional housing, that we might be unwittingly making our housing prices worse by sending a signal to developers that they can build office space in areas zoned housing only. And that's only going to make the land even more valuable because developers can get a greater return on their investment. I do think we need to think strategically and long term on the impact we're having on the marketplace for housing. But unfortunately, we also need to be realistic about the state housing law mandates, and we need to allow for significant growth in housing over the next decade under our new RENA allocation. So, we're going to need to make some difficult trade-offs for new housing, even if in the long run, that's likely going to increase the cost of land and in turn the cost of housing. The state's really kind of tying our hands here on that one. And I do think that this project, I think it seems to be at first glance within the context of the neighborhood, of several of the surrounding buildings. I do agree. I think some of the variances that are being requested are a bit extreme. I am okay with some variances for that communal benefit for more affordable housing. So again, just reiterating, I would love to be able to see restructuring of the current allocation of affordable housing to focus more on the deed restricted below market rate and less on the workforce housing, which again, essentially market rate housing. So I think overall project is very close for me. It just needs some tweaks, but I do appreciate the applicant bringing this forward. I appreciate the opportunity for more housing. I think we're close here. Thank you.
Councilmember Coop.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, so what do you anticipate, this is of the applicant, anticipate the rents to be for your market rate units?
We honestly don't have a great answer for you on that right now. The market is somewhat in flux. I'm happy to get back to you on that, but we haven't really prepared for that, to give you an answer for that.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I mean, you're in the real estate field, and property management, so I'm just kind of a little bit surprised that you haven't looked into that, but that's okay. I mean, looking at the 2755 El Camino, which is the former VTA lot, we're gonna get the idea of what market rents are gonna be. Even if the 120% AMI, it's pretty much what market is demanding. So I would assume that perhaps this might be the market ones in this building might be even higher, but I don't know. Then there is also perplexing is that something that one of the members of the public said that in 2018, the square footage for the sale of higher FAR for TDRs are at 314, and the subsidy of 13.9 million, if that number is correct, is really quite shocking that there will be that much subsidy. And then for the tree, obviously for the oak tree, as well as all the other trees, I would hope that there would be a bond that we would be asking for to put in escrow for just in case any damage is done to the tree during the construction, but not only during construction, but also well into after the property is built. Housing is needed. I wonder where everybody was when we lost 75 units at the President Hotel, which is relatively inexpensive housing, yet, it has been changed to hotel, right? A boutique hotel. Also, while this is a good location for housing, I do not think the PHZ zoning should be abused again. PC zoning was abused in the past, which is why it was put into a moratorium. And now, while I appreciate the housing that is proposed here, I think that we should definitely keep it housing. Follow what PHZ was designated for. I do have concerns about the common roof area, which is again in a location that is gonna potentially cause noise as well as light pollution. So that is something that will be of high concern, and there are other people who lives across the street and behind. So there needs to be some regulation towards that. There's also the parking is another big concern. And I really appreciate what Mr. Keith Bennett did with his calculations on the GHG emissions of not only the underground parking and the concrete that is used by underground parking, but it also shows developments, projects, and the use of their product does have GHG emissions, which will have something to say about a sustainability plan, which is why I think that also it should be a calculation that we should have for every development that comes that is proposed, so that we know exactly what are the GHG emissions and whether SB 375, which is where RENA comes from, is actually doing what it's supposed to be doing, reducing GHG. I'm hopeful that if this comes back, that of course there's no office in it, and that it's all a fully housing, and that there will be bicycle parking. There is going to be a TDM plan in place, and that there is some more understanding of how the tandem lift parking is going to be working, so that the folks that lives across the street will be more reassured about the traffic problems or bottleneck that could happen on Middlefield. And so I really want to emphasize the GHG emissions. I'm really, really impressed with what Mr. Keith Bennett did. And I really think that that's something that we should emphasize and make sure that we do something like that for every project. Thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thank you. So back on the theme we're talking about, and at some level this is us in the city, not the applicant here. But I'm gonna ask staff, what actually is 120% AMI? I mean, what number do we use for that? Do you guys know offhand?
And you got that handy?
No, I would need to look that up to be sure of the exact figure.
So we're talking about, the Alta Locale project, and the work, the $15 and so forth. The workforce housing units in Alta Locale, they're $3,500 a month. And if you look at, we have a few hundred 1-bedroom and studio units available in Palo Alto at any given time, and the majority of those lease rent between $2,000 and $3,000 a month. And so not only is the workforce housing we're talking about in Alta Locale anyway, because we keep focusing on that because it's 100% of our workforce projects. That's not only market rate, that's actually 50% higher than market rate, at least in Palo Alto. So I think we in the city need to go rethink sort of what our intent is relative to workforce housing, because it doesn't make it possible for service workers on University Avenue to live close to work. So in my mind, I kind of agree with the speaker that said this is a 14% affordable project. Although, I think we ought to take a look at moderate income too for the county. If 120% AMI is 50% over market rate, then where's moderate income? I think we ought to look at that too. But be that as it may. So I think this is a 14%. So it kind of doesn't fit sort of our original definition of THC for that reason. And also it's got the office space in it, which is a little bit there. The pros are, it's a good location. right? It's a very good location if you're going to work in the downtown core. It's, if you're going to work in Google in North Mountain View and Sunnyvale, where a lot of the job growth in the valley is going to be in the next decade, then, out on Fabian Way is probably a much better location. But if you're going to work in the downtown core, this is a fantastic location, right? So it's a decent location. And sooner or later, something's going to go on that site, okay? And a project that produces a bunch of housing is probably not the worst thing you can possibly imagine. And so I have a question for staff. Can this, when we're talking about parking, can this not be in the RPPP at this location?
I can answer that. In terms of the downtown preferred residential parking program, it can be. It is on the outskirts of it. There is a kind of delineation that needs to be understood between the proposed office and the residence that would be there. So the proposed office would be able to apply for it under its current form, but at limited numbers, where the residents would be able to apply for it.
Well, I was actually going the other way. Can it be not in the RPPP? And the reason is, we talk about sort of less parking is going to discourage car use and so forth, but it doesn't work if they can park on the street, right? But if they can't park on the street, then actually that might actually work, okay? And I think there's evidence that shows that, right? So I guess I'm wondering, if we chose, could this not be in the RPPP?
Sorry, Philip Kemi, Chief Transportation Official, and I'm actually just walking by and heard the RPP question, so apologies. So I don't know what location
broke out. That's right.
Yeah, no, I apologize. I don't know what location we're talking about, but I do know that there are some, we would have some hesitations with kind of cutting up the RPP and splitting it amongst others and saying, the building on this corner is allowed in the RPP and the building on another corner is not allowed.
Is not, and so forth.
Yeah, so I do believe that we would have some legal concerns about doing that. I'm sorry to bring Molly into this conversation.
No, that's fine. I've been sort of hanging back here. It's something we'd need to look at, Councilmember Filsa.
Okay, because that, how we think about sort of, the under parking gap here is not very big, right? Maybe it could be accommodated by switching between office and residential, but if it's going to be a gap, right? And then the big thing, I think that's a heck of a tree out there. If you've been by and looked at it, that's a heck of a tree, right? It seems surprising that you could dig a 25-foot deep garage right next to it and not damage the tree. And sort of hate to lose a tree like that. And it's one thing to say, oh no, we got a plan in place, it'll be fine and so forth. And then 3 years later, the tree falls down and dies. Okay. And so
Eric, Mr. Smith wants to respond if you want to hear from him.
Sure. Absolutely.
Thank you. So we actually have experience keeping a similar sized oak tree in downtown Mountain View. Very, very similar situation where we've built the garage to accommodate the root ball and the building adjusted to incorporate and leave room for the canopy. We probably built that project 4 or 5 years ago, and the tree looks beautiful and it's a wonderful amenity, and it really turned out nicely. So it really can be done, and it honestly is important to us to keep that tree healthy and obviously, there.
Okay. I think that, that might sort of be the biggest single focal point here on this one, or at least one of the very, very top ones. So that would be my my summation is on the good stuff. It's a good location. And it's the right kind of use for this site. Con is it's not really a PHC, right? Because of the workforce housing. So the public benefit here is, so first of all, the market rate units, they're not even close to average market rate in Palo Alto. I mean, it's anything within walking distance of Hannah House is going to be way, way high. Okay. So the market rate units are going to be top dollar for Palo Alto. So that means we got 10 affordable units. And that's really the public benefit of this project. And that's sort of how I'm thinking about it. And so that's the stuff we got away. Oh, and we're going to talk about objective standards later tonight and transitions and stuff like that. You got a almost 25, 30 foot height transition to a building that's 10 feet away too. There's that one as well. But okay. And then finally, somebody commented on Mountain View. The data that you want to know on Mountain View is during the boom, we produced 9 times more jobs during the boom than we did in the entire previous decade in Palo Alto. But during the boom, Mountain View actually produced 20,000 more jobs than we did, and 2,500 more housing units. So do the arithmetic on deficits there. And as far as affordable housing, since we're talking about that, we actually have 1,200 more deed restricted affordable units in Palo Alto than Mountain View does. And hopefully, if we get this done, this will add 10 more. Okay, thanks.
Sam, did you want to make a comment? Your hand's up.
Yes, I do have an answer for Councilmember Phil Seth's question on what is 120% AMI, like dollar-wise.
Right.
I do apologize, didn't have that sooner, but we were able to locate that, and it does vary per household, of course. So I guess being the project, a more studio-driven project, we would look at one-person household of 120% AMI in the county of Santa Clara, and that'd be approximately $118,000 income.
So that says 30% of that, a third of that is 40,000 a year, divided by 12, which is 3,500 a month. Okay, so that's pretty much what Alta Locale is for a 375 square foot studio. Okay. All right, thanks very much.
Sure.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting project. Thank you guys for bringing it here, and staff, and of course the public for your comments. So what I thought was good about this project is I actually do like the rooftop gardens. I think that's a nice touch. It's good usage of space. And I actually also like the smaller units. I think smaller units are inherently more affordable. They don't need any subsidies. It's something which, because the land's very expensive, by having smaller units, more people can afford it. So I think that's actually a good move. In fact, I'd love to actually see more small units. But I don't know if the applicant can talk about, I guess, how did he come up with the mix, and is it possible to get more small units? Because kind of as the vice mayor said, one small unit counts as same as a single family home in terms of arena numbers. So I don't know if the applicant can respond to that.
Yes, we can. Yes, we're happy to. If the preference is more smaller units, we can definitely make that change.
Hey, were you limited by the parking? Is that the limitation for small units, or what was the limit for that?
I think the thinking was just to provide a mix of unit sizes and to accommodate different types of residents. But again, we can accommodate more smaller units.
Okay, great. Yeah, because this is a downtown area, so in some ways your living room is a coffee shop, downstairs or nearby. So I think it's an interesting location because of that. Also, I think the large number of housing units also provides shoppers, right, and diners for the businesses in that area. So it helps provide that kind of off-cycle business that we don't typically see. So I think that's also interesting. And then I saw in terms of the parking, I think you're providing 103 parking stalls. And I saw that you guys are also planning to use lifts. Is this like puzzle lifts, or is it possible to squeeze more parking in the existing basement by using more mechanical lift systems or more aggressive mechanical lift systems?
Yeah, I'll let Lund respond to that one.
Ted or Amanda, our architects, can chime in on this as well. So right now, the lifts are all on the second level of the underground parking garage. And to be honest, I think we're still, because it's kind of a high level discussion, I think we're definitely more seriously exploring the puzzles, so it doesn't require an attendant. But we're still kind of looking at all the design ramifications and all that, but our intent is to have it be, to not require an attendant, not require a valet.
Okay, yeah, because I've looked at some numbers of regular parking versus it's like some of the puzzle lifts or mechanical lift systems. And with traditional parking, most of the space is actually the space needed for cars to maneuver around and empty space. Actually, you look at it by volume, versus with mechanical lift systems, you could get like 4x, 5x. I've seen in some cases where people advertise 10x more parking in the same volume. So I think that would be interesting to explore. Just because I can imagine one of the pushback that there might be on this project could be parking and having it fully parked. But with these mechanical lift systems, you might be able to solve that problem as well. But very interesting project. Really appreciate you guys moving this forward and investigating it. So thank you guys.
I have a couple of quick questions. So I did see that the setback on Middlefield Road would change, and I just wanted to ask staff, what is the intent of that Middlefield Road setback in terms of, the design on Middlefield, I guess?
Yeah, so we have these special setbacks all over, and every time they come up, we're trying to figure out how they, what was the intent of that, and I think it's nothing more than, we haven't been able to find the specific answer, and we just go to the sort of typical responses you might go to, which is the preserving the ability to expand roadways or provide for other modes of transportation if there were other infrastructure needs that the city might have, and then also the aesthetic value of just having a larger buffer area along some of those areas to adjacent uses. So that's the basic gist of it.
It's pretty well preserved, I think, along Middlefield. This would be, I think, the first change. And if I understood it, the stacker spots are going to be primarily used for residents. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And while I have you, Boyd, would you consider restricting the office use to some kind of community serving use, either medical or other kind of commercial use that would basically be more community serving?
So the office is an important driver here. We are open to leasing to a medical tenant. We would like to have the flexibility, though, as we're going to be leasing this for a long time, to respond to different markets and different tenant demands. So we'd like to have the flexibility of going beyond just community serving, but certainly we would love to find a community serving tenant here, right? That would be a great win. We just
typically it seems like you have a bit of a senior corridor going there. If there was something that applied to those residents. Okay, well, thank you. So I had a similar thought to Councilmember Filseth about if this is on the edge of the RPP, could we redraw the boundary, or even possibly, since it's on University, extend the downtown along University. But I'm concerned that residents are going to prefer parking to the streets to the stackers, and if the project came back, maybe even seeing some of those stackers used for the office workers could help. And I support comments about the affordability levels. I'd be more supportive if we were removing the above median income units and focused on deeper levels of affordability. Separate from this project, I think council overall should reconsider, including basically above market rate units and our below market rate inclusionary codes. It sounded like there'd be one bedroom unit and the rest would be studios for the affordable units. And again, our policy is really to try to see them pretty evenly distributed in terms of the kinds of units. And then I do appreciate the design around the protected tree. I'd really like to make sure we respect the drip line requirements there, and that, we're not being asked to violate those. Looks like you may be with the setback and with the way the building's designed. The biggest struggle I'm having with this project is that it's a residential only zone with a non-conforming commercial use. And we have refined PHC, since you put this project in the queue to really say we wanted to apply to commercial zones. We had a PHC application in an R1 zone, and we really said we were looking to use this in commercial zones. And so that's where it comes down to, well, what is the kind of commercial use? And I heard what you said about wanting to be flexible. I'm really not interested just having, a general office use here. I think I'd be supportive of the project if it was some kind of community serving use. Small office medical, I think would be ideal, but, it could be more flexible than that. So overall, I guess that's where I am on the project. So thanks for bringing it to us. I hope you got some useful feedback. I think that will end the study session. We are a little bit behind schedule, but we've been going for a while. So I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and get started with the rest of our agenda. So we'll see everybody at 7:47. So we have no agenda changes, additions, or deletions tonight. We'll move on to oral communications. We have, so this is a chance for members of the public to speak to something not otherwise on the agenda. Please raise your hand if you'd like to comment. And given where we are, we're going to do 2 minutes a speaker. And the first speaker is Keith Bennett.
Hello, I'm Keith Bennett with Save Palo Alto's Groundwater. Thank you for hearing my comments in the previous session on the greenhouse gas emissions from underground construction in high groundwater areas. The purpose of my comments at oral communications tonight is ask the city to complete and update the construction dewatering ordinance. It's been sitting around for the last 2 years with many unfinished issues, and it should be clear that climate change needs to be considered in the ordinance. For example, the current pumping season goes through the end of October based on the presumption that heavy rainfalls do not occur in the month of October. Anyone who's looked outside this last weekend will know that that may not be true. There are many unfinished things in the ordinance. For example, there are absolutely no restrictions on either the rate of water that can be pumped or the amount of water that can be pumped. That's contrary to general perception and public opinion, and it is often cited by the building department, planning department, that all underground construction will follow all of the city's regulations, but the city's regulations really don't require very much. There are no special requirements for large constructions like buildings and like over 10,000 square feet. And that was just because the city wanted some time to figure out what those details should be. There are no regulations in the areas near toxic water plumes, and there are no requirements for setbacks of underground construction, and our soils transport 80% of the stormwater. Our soils are the largest component of our stormwater management system in the city of Palo Alto through absorption and transit, and underground construction interferes with these, and the cumulative impacts can be significant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron James.
Okay, good evening. So, Tom, I think, when you're going to cut back time for the public, you should give more notice. I was really happy when we went from 2 to 3 minutes. We need, even if you have long matters on the calendar, action items, et cetera, the best place to cut back is not on public comment. There's just not, it's not consistent with democratic principles. I wanted to address a couple of things. For the first time in decades that I can remember, we have 0 Black officers on the force in Palo Alto. I'd like Ed Chicata to report back to us about that and what we're doing in reference to recruiting. This is at the same time, while we have no Black officers on the Palo Alto Police Department, that 4 or 5 white officers, as you all know, embarrassed the city nationally by filing a discrimination and a hostile workplace lawsuit because the city, commend you, was kind enough to allot money to creative artists to do a beautiful Black Lives Matter mural. So I'd like the city manager to report back and the city attorney on the status of that, what I believe is a frivolous lawsuit. Also, this is directed to Molly, what's going on? Greg Tanaka has not said, hey, I'm not going to move forward with the standalone hate speech ordinance. Greg, you're right. I mean, I heard today that it is awful, it's ugly. Statistically across the country, there's still a hugely disproportionate recent attacks on Asian Americans. That's got to stop, but you don't want to do that while thumbing your nose at our Constitution. So I need to know, Molly and Ed, report back on whether we're not wasting money on a standalone hate speech ordinance, instead focusing on hate crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Horowitz.
You. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're on.
Great. Thank you. This is Dr. Ken Horowitz. I live on Homer Avenue. may remember me from 2019. I want to let you know that, and I sent you a link that the Superior Court judge ruled that the sugar sweetened beverage tax that was voted on by cities was to be declared unconstitutional, and it's back on the ability for cities to tax. And so I want to encourage, we had a long discussion back in June 2019, and I'd like to ask the City Council to refer back to the Policy and Services Committee to put on the ballot for either 2022 or 2024, a sugar sweetened beverage tax, very similar to the tax that's presently in Berkeley, in Oakland, and the city of San Francisco. It is a very favorable tax to reduce the incidence of obesity, particularly in our children who are very prone to sugar sweetened beverages. So I'd like to see, and I will be at the next Policy and Services Committee meeting to encourage a sugar sweetened beverage tax again to be a ballot measure for 2022 or 2024. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Schenk.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members and staff. I'm John Schenk with Thwaites Brothers. I just want to thank you all. I wasn't able to attend last week's meeting, but no, it wasn't an easy decision, but it was the right decision. Our retailers report that their outlook is far more positive due to this important action. I also want to thank staff for their tremendous effort to communicate, coordinate, and assist the retailers on the avenue through the transition. The cleaning was great, long overdue and well received. We still have more work to do to further improve the downtown's cleanliness and safety. But as we all work together to improve the marketing and messaging, our downtown's going to continue to heal on many levels and will once again attract the shoppers and diners and realize an uptick in sales and rebound to the vibrancy that we're all looking for. I just wanted to thank you all. I know you got a long meeting, so I'm out. Take care.
Thank you. Now going to hear from Christine in Crescent Park.
Hi, I'm Christine Bohm. I lived in Palo Alto for a long time and owned a home here for the past 7 years, and just wanted to thank you and your previous colleagues for your work on having a leaf blower ban well before the state ban on the sale of leaf blowers, gas leaf blowers. It's a really good idea, and but we need to, I'm asking you to modify it to allow for better enforcement, since it's apparently quite difficult to enforce now, and to provide for the enforcement of it. As you've seen, there's lots of research on the harms of gas leaf blowers, both to the planet and to human health of gardeners and of nearby residents. I have a respiratory disability, so having gas leaf blowers nearby is particularly dangerous for me, and makes sitting outside especially tough. I think it's tough for a lot of residents, but especially tough for me if a gas leaf blower comes, and it makes it hard to play with my kids outside. And I think a lot of people are experiencing this, whether they have a disability or not. And so I ask that you, I know that the environment and health are a huge priority for the council. So I ask that you focus on this priority and do something to make things better on this front. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. And just want to note our last speaker will be Ruth Robinson. Our next speaker is Nikki Suen.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'm a longtime resident of Palo Alto, over 60 years. I live in the street where there are 10 homes on the street, 5 on each side. 8 of the homes use professional gardeners. All 8 of them use gas leaf blowers. If one of them is on, it's loud. If 2 of them is on, it's louder. if 3 of them's on, it feels like I'm in a war zone here in Palo Alto. And obviously this ordinance has been on the books for many years and no one's done anything about it. It simply is not working. The police do not have the time to enforce the ordinance. No one seems to really give much care about it because the homeowners don't care. So I've offered a solution here to take this thing out of the police department's responsibility, make it something that anybody who has a cell phone can report somebody who is in violation. Take 3 pictures, one of the gardener, one of the gardener's vehicle where you can get the information who the gardener is, one picture of the house. The responsibility actually lies with the homeowner to make sure the gardener is in compliance with the ordinance, but seems like the homeowner doesn't care. So we need to fine and no more warnings, send out a notice with the building, with the utility bill to let everybody know that this ordinance is now going to be enforced. No more warnings, make the fine large enough to take their attention, give them a $400 or $500 fine, and basically give $200 to the person who turns in the pictures. That way, the city doesn't have to, ask the police department to enforce the ordinance. Somebody's going to be taking pictures and making a couple of $100 every time they take a picture of some violation. So this is my free offer to the city to solve a problem that's really overdue and needs to be solved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Chan.
Hi, my name is David Chan. I'm a longtime homeowner and resident of Palo Alto. I'm also speaking tonight on enforcing the gas leaf blower ban in Palo Alto. I had heard years ago before I was a homeowner about the gas leaf blower ban. And once we were in a position to engage our own gardener, I requested that he switch to an electric leaf blower. He decided to purchase a very old model with an extension cord, which doesn't even have any of the fancy batteries that we have today. It worked very well. It was a simple and easy change for us and our gardener, and one that homeowners and their gardeners around the city should be able to make. I think that enforcing the ordinance that we have on the books will be a very, very positive change. I think another change that should be considered is placing the onus on the homeowners. It was my impression, I think mistakenly, that the ordinance provided that the homeowner would be responsible for any fines. I was surprised to learn that that was not the case. And I think that it would be a positive change to make. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Ruth Robertson.
Here we go. I just unmuted. Did that work?
Yes, it did.
Okay. I'm a Palo Alto resident of almost 30 years. And I remember when we enacted this code to ban gas leaf blowers. At the time, the manufacturers were the ones who fought against it, saying, oh, but we're coming up with new models. Just give us some time. Well, that didn't happen. As we know, the models that we're hearing today, especially for those who work at home or have infants at home or older folks to care for at home, are just as noisy as ever. And as our assembly person Mark Berman pointed out, these gas leaf blowers are dangerous for the people that use them, for the gardeners, and it is their employers who are not being responsible. So my answer is much simpler than the one Mickey Suen proposed. But thank you for proposing that, Mickey, and thank you for being on this, Christy and David also. Get back our enforcement officers. We cut funds for enforcement, and other things are not being enforced either. Like one of my neighbors has abandoned their house and it's full of weeds. The enforcement officers don't have time to do anything about that either, and there are rats there. So get back our enforcement officers. Put them back to work. That'll create some jobs. I know the city council is spending money on buildings and furniture and that sort of thing. Come on, let's up the ante here. Get the enforcement code officers back on the job and enforce the codes that we do have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we now go to our consent calendar. We have 2 items. Just wanted to note that there was an update to the minutes. So are there any council registration of no votes or pulling an item? Okay, I don't see any hands. Let's go to the public. If any members of the public would like to speak to items on consent. Okay, I see one. Barry Katz. Would you like to speak to an item on the consent calendar?
I'm sorry, this was about leaf blowers, and I think that session has expired. Is that correct?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
But I think we got the message, though. Thank you. All right, let's come back to council. Can I get a motion for the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Councilmember Cormack, seconded by Vice Mayor Burt. Just wanted to note, I think that Councilmember Koo had to leave the meeting. We'll start voting with Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo, you're not there, correct? Councilmember Stone
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll move on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Let's see if the city clerk is able to pull up the slides. Just got a few items of note. See, as we're doing that, also just want to acknowledge, don't have a slide on this, but this was a busy last 24 hours for many folks throughout the city, as well as throughout the Bay Area, with the extraordinary weather event we've just experienced. As always, I'd like to express appreciation to our first responders, police and fire, utilities that responded to issues, not unusual level of issues, but again, fairly intense in a short period of time. Also want to note that our Public Works Department was very active in a variety of areas dealing with storm drain issues, tree issues, as well as facilities issues. So thank you to all the staff that were involved in responding to the immediate issues identified, and all of our community members that hopefully got through this storm event pretty well, all things considered. So with that, next slide, please. Just again, a few items of interest for the community, our weekly update related to the pandemic, as hopefully folks are hearing about this through other avenues, but just to reinforce important information released over the past week regarding Moderna and J&J booster shot availability for individuals that are beyond the 6-month period since their second shot, as well as in the case of J&J for 2 months. So specific categories, cohorts of people eligible for this booster shot, information available on the county's webpage at scfreevax.org. Also, testing continues to be available through a variety of city locations. And we hope to have more information on pediatric shots available soon. Next slide, please. Okay, last day left in our city's recruitment for applicants to serve on a board or commission. A number of boards and commissions with openings, and the deadline is tomorrow. So for those who are hesitating, please don't hesitate and take advantage of the last moment to file your applications. The City Council will be considering next steps on interviews and selections in the coming weeks. Next slide, please. One item that may have become obvious for those who are dialing perhaps manually, as the case may be, that as of yesterday, the 650 area code is now required to use 10 digits for local calls. We understand this is all a part of the nationwide adoption of the 988 as a new nationwide number for national suicide prevention and crisis hotlines. And we're currently in touch with the County of Santa Clara to confirm the local program availability, and we'll be providing that information to the council and community once we have a little more detail associated with that. But that said, clearly this change from 7-digit dialing to 10-digit dialing, it's a good opportunity for us to remember and recognize the importance of suicide prevention and the resources available for those in crisis. So again, more information on this 988 new line as we have it available. Next slide, please. Okay, then looking forward to a little more happy or scary, as the case may be, events upcoming this coming Friday. Between 6 and 8:30 p.m. will be our second annual Jack-O-John opportunity to bring your carved jack-o'-lanterns for display at Lytton Plaza, and we'll hopefully see some really creative designs as we did last year. So additional information on this is on the city's homepage under calendar, and hope to see folks out. Actually, well, hopefully we'll see folks out with better weather coming, but we'll see how it holds, and again, look forward to the weekend. Next slide, please. And then looking forward to the following week, we have our annual tradition in conjunction with the City Council's meeting during the Veterans Day week. So on Monday, November 8th at 4 p.m. before your council meeting, we will have an in-person recognition event for veterans in our community, including city employees who have served in our armed forces. So look forward to that event on Monday, November 8th. Next slide, please. And the next big event upcoming will be the opening of the new Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo on Friday, November 12th. We will have a limited schedule for the first few weeks, but really an opportunity to see the new facility and all the new friends at the Junior Museum and Zoo, again, beginning on November 12th. With a Friday through Sunday schedule that will be expanding in mid-December. Information on that and to purchase tickets are available on our city's webpage at cityofpaloalto.org/JMZ. And I'm sure you'll be seeing additional information on this through various media. Next slide, please. And then finally, noting some upcoming dates. Really also notably that next week on November 1st will be our first hybrid in-person and remote meeting for the City Council. And so staff is working all the logistics on our end to enable members of the council as well as members of the community to participate in person at the council chambers, while also having the current platform, Zoom platform, available for participation. So look forward to seeing how the community responds to the availability of participating in person as well as online. And on that agenda next week, we've got our next steps on grade separations and Project Home Key project application. Then the following weeks, a few notable items related to ballot measures and renter protections on November 8th, November 15th, wireless communication facility study session, as well as, oh, actually, see, we've got the California Avenue item coming shown on the 15th, and actually just today looks like we'll be deferring that item for a couple of weeks. So again, these are tentative dates, but then moving into December and beyond, additional discussions and action items related to parking, as well as next steps on the objective standards and several land use related items in the coming weeks. So with that, I believe that's my last slide. Back to you, Mayor Du Bois.
Okay, thank you. We're on to our action items. First item is a Q1 FY2022 status budget update and budget amendments, salary schedule amendments, and an amendment to the organization table. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes, we do. So let me ask staff to get situated here, and please, Director Nazé will be leading off for us. But as staff is getting ready, and see who's, there we go. Oh boy, there we go. Kylie's always one able to multitask here. We'll be driving as well as presenting. But just as perhaps a lead in to that, let me take a moment to provide a bit of context for the council and community as it's become somewhat the new normal for us to be providing frequent financial status updates. Also don't want it to be lost that it is somewhat unusual, and we have established a higher pace of reporting to the council on financial status than we had in pre-COVID times. Typically, pre-COVID, we would do our annual budget cycle and then one mid-year discussion, at which point in the mid-year, typically technical adjustments, relatively few substantive changes. But again, recognizing the dramatically different circumstances we find ourselves in since COVID, here we are reporting on the first 3 months of your fiscal year. And as a part of that, we will be presenting what I suspect you will find is some reasons for some optimism, and looking at the conditions of our economic recovery. Once again, some hopeful signs. We'll also report on a summary or a quick overview of conditions within each of your city departments. You will hear the challenge that's not unique to Palo Alto, but certainly in some ways we're at the epicenter of challenges with recruitment and retention of staff and our workforce, as well as a variety of other challenges that our teams are working through. We have some specific recommendations for you to implement recent council direction on a variety of topics. And then as Director Nazé and team will point out, depending on the council's discussion, certainly look forward to hearing your thoughts and priorities among the recommendations we've got for you this evening. Also, we'll invite the departments to participate as may be helpful to provide more specific information on the issues and options going forward, issues of today and options going forward. And then finally, to speak to timeframes for further action based upon your discussion tonight. So with that, let me turn it to Director Nazé.
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. Good evening, City Council. Kylie Nazé, Administrative Services Director. And I am here with Paul Harper, who is our Budget Manager. In the interest of time for the council, Paul and I will run through the presentation. It is a bit lengthy, so we'll do our best to move through it as quickly as possible. But as City Manager Shikata said, this is really a citywide effort. And I'm sure you can see you have the full support of your executive leadership team and your budget contacts across the organization who've all contributed to this agenda item. And really tried to provide a citywide lens of where we're at as an organization. So with that, overall, hopefully this has provided some level of hope and optimism in the council and the community. We are exactly about 4 months from when we adopted our 2022 budget, and this report was produced about 3 months since the budget was adopted. And so it's obviously preliminary in the information, and for the most part reflects information that we received partway or had in hand partway through September. So even this is semi-outdated in terms of the report that was written for council consideration. It is an ever-changing landscape, and so I would encourage everybody to remember that. Everything can change from staffing changes, whether it be resignation or turnover or a new hire, to contracts, as well as the economic landscape and changes that are happening there. Therefore, staff's real intent on this report is that it be an incremental report. And we do expect that there to be follow-up, and we will continue to adapt and adjust. So as City Manager Shikata said, this is 3 months out of budget adoption. We expect to be in front of the council again in probably about 3 or 4 months for a mid-year report. So staff's interpretation and rather actions brought forward as part of this really do reflect that expectation of an incremental process and just continuing that very open and transparent line of communication with both the council and the community on where we're at. And overall, I think, not to read what's on this slide, just want the council to know, and the community and staff, frankly, that the city really did a strong job of really diligently managing through some really negative impacts that the city felt as a result of the pandemic. And ultimately, preliminarily, it looks like we are at a point where we should be and can be making deliberations on how to incrementally restore resources associated with the advancement of day-to-day services, as well as those priority initiatives. And that's why you see staff recommending bringing forward actions this early in the fiscal year. So overall, we do expect major general fund tax revenues are currently expected to exceed the 2022 adopted budget estimates. As a reminder, those were those conservative estimates that we knew would likely, hopefully, have an upside, and we were planning for the worst and hoping for the best. So with that, overall, staff is recommending about 4 position additions in here and about $1.4 million in additional resources to continue providing services to the community and working on recovery efforts. So tonight, this is an outline of essentially what staff will be going over. It's similar to what's in that staff report. And again, I just want to provide a big thank you to the citywide efforts that brought this report together. So one of the first things that we talked about is in the staff report are some of the challenges of the kind of status of where we're at as an organization. A big component, we are a service-driven organization. I know you hear staffs tell you that constantly, but over 60% of our general fund budget is staff. Those staff are the ones that deliver those services, that work on those projects, and are helping to provide for the community at large. And so ultimately, that is our largest cost and something that's very important to track. In the report, there's a lot of data, but at a high level, if we are looking at the number of employees, so the number of people we're processing on payroll today compared to pre-pandemic levels, we're looking at a reduction in terms of those paychecks being processed on a biweekly basis of about 11%. So we're still at a constrained level as an organization. We still are carrying, even though our headcount and our authorized staffing has reduced, we're still carrying about a 10% vacancy rate. So that means even though the council's authorized 958 FTE or positions, full-time positions, still about 100 of those are vacant. Obviously, this number changes on any given day, but just important benchmarks for the council to understand. Even if something's authorized, doesn't necessarily mean there's someone there providing that service. We are also operating, as the city manager discussed, in a really competitive labor market for a number of reasons. And so when we do have staff turnover, when we do have vacancies, we are finding certain areas difficult to recruit for, which means it's really important for us to focus on also retaining the existing talent that we have. And so really working on retention of our existing staff is an important aspect of this, not just additions, because turnover has a cost. Oftentimes we talk about that cost on the public safety side, but we're also seeing it on the civilian side as well. Institutional knowledge gaps, massive changes in teams are resulting in just newness as we move through some of our routine processes, which are extending those timeframes. Not reflected on this slide, but also referenced in the staff report is also leave balances. And so there are, staff are on site or rather working actively, but there are also leave balances associated with vacation or bereavement leave. And another one that's a large one recently is workers' comp leave, excuse me. And so what we're seeing is about a 40% increase in leave usage from September of 2020 to September of 2021. So that means non-productive time, which is another impact. That's obviously expected as we moved from a extraordinarily constrained shelter-in-place environment this time last year versus where we are today. But that's not the only thing, obviously. And so, like I said, there are those other leave balances such as workers' comp, which are due to injuries that may be happening with the workforce. That's especially happening and acute in terms of the impacts of it in the public safety area. So, what does it take to bring someone on? If ultimately staffing is our largest expense in the general fund and it is the staff that deliver the services, how quick, how fast is it to, if someone were to resign tomorrow or council were to add a new position tomorrow, how long would it take us to bring someone on board? So this outlines best case scenario. So ultimately, if it is a high priority recruitment, which I will tell you, those positions that we're adding today or recommending to add today are considered high priority recruitments, it'll take 3 to 4 months. So that means as of today, if we were to immediately go out and try and recruit for some of these critical staffing positions, we're looking at not hiring someone until February or March of this year, or I'm sorry, of next calendar year. So recognizing that even today, if we move, that knowledge, and that doesn't include training, that's just the onboarding process of bringing someone from another jurisdiction or outside fresh into the organization. And so our recruitment team is working on this. One of the actions not included in here is an expected contract for some additional recruiting services. But obviously we look at this also talks to the kind of critical need for managing that turnover. Other challenges that the staff are looking at or addressing, frankly, on a day-to-day basis are supply chain delays. I'm sure everyone has heard about that in the news and media, how that's impacting us here in Palo Alto, primarily in our public works and utilities areas, as well as our warehouse. Think about it as the city of Palo Alto's kind of Home Depot for our operations. And so we're also impacting areas such as the fleet. So we're trying to do our best to look ahead and make sure we are appropriately ordering and managing supply levels, but also recognizing we are seeing some of those delays. Another area obviously is procurement. And so we'll walk through kind of what the procurement process looks, and it's another good example of that institutional knowledge change that has really impacted the cycle time of a procurement. So ultimately, there are some routine procurements that take place, a simple, small dollar value that can be executed in an expeditious fashion. But if we're looking at a public process, a public procurement process where we're soliciting for bids, looking for either the most qualified or the best price, we are right now looking at something of an 8 to 9 month timeframe. So that means a request today is necessary in order to make sure that public process can be done and executed by the end of this fiscal year. So any requests or any new procurement processes that are started or asked for by the council, after the month of October, we are looking at either compressed deadlines to get to that June 30th, oops, there are the lights, deadline, or fast tracking it at the cost of putting something else or deprioritizing some other project. So we've got rough timeframes on here, but really what this has shown us is, frankly, the procurement staff is really green. We've had over 75% turnover in the last couple of years. And so they're learning the process as the department staff are learning the process. And so as we're moving through these complicated procurements or the normal public process, we are seeing extension of timeframes. And so what we're doing internally is looking at how do we condense these timelines. We're looking at trying to strategically identify where to add resources or how we can best help in these areas. And some of it is simply training and making sure that everybody across the organization is up to speed. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Harper, who's going to go through kind of where we're at in terms of our financial status and department services, and then we'll pick it back up once we go through those. Paul?
Thank you, Kylie. Good evening, council members and mayor. First, going to discuss the general fund budget stabilization reserve, which, as you know, is the ending fund balance in the general fund. The goal is usually to maintain this at about 18.5% of the adopted budget. For fiscal year 2022, this is about $38.7 million. Preliminary fiscal year 21 year-end projections have the BSR at around 42.4 million at this point, which is about 3.7 million above that target. This additional BSR is primarily due to higher than projected revenues in property tax that's from the excess educational revenue augmentation fund, or ERAF, and in sales tax, increased activity in the final quarter of 2021 above and beyond what was happening previously because of the economy coming back to life a little bit. On the expense side, it's mainly due to vacancy savings and timing on encumbering and awarding a few contracts. One thing to note, this projection, it recommends reallocating the funds that the city had previously set aside for the ERAF distributions. That litigation is no longer ongoing, so we're recommending to move some money into the utilities transfer litigation reserve instead of keeping it in that previous reserve. This next slide, kind of reading from left to right, we have the fiscal year 21 adjusted budget for the general fund revenue categories. The total here was 192.3 million. The next column is the preliminary actuals that we received in fiscal year 2021. And if you add those up, that comes out to about 200.9 million. So we exceeded the budget in 21. Again, this is what gave us that additional revenue, that additional balance in the BSR. The next column is the 2022 adopted budget. And the column next to that is comparing the 2022 budget to the 2021 adjusted budget. These numbers were done with the council direction to come forward with conservative projections. And it's just showing that some of these have been reduced from what we actually received in 2021. But we're starting to trend up on some of them in order to show the economy recovering. That last column, it actually compares the trend of what the current budget is with what the current actuals are for fiscal year 2022. So you can see the top three categories, property tax, sales tax, and the transient occupancy tax, are actually trending higher than what we've budgeted. In total, we're anticipating about 5 to 6 million more than what is currently budgeted, as Kylie mentioned previously. The next two, the utility user tax and the documentary transfer tax, are currently trending a little bit lower, but we're not anticipating those coming in lower. They're still kind of trending to come in at budget, similar to the last three categories that are all also trending to come in around budget this year. A quick look at some of the other funds. In enterprise funds, the total net position is higher compared to the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. And revenues and expenditures are trending close to the budget, with the exception of the water fund. This is mainly due to lower consumption because of increased conservation efforts to deal with the drought around the area and around the state. Internal service funds in the workers' compensation and the general liability funds, claims costs are actually trending a little lower compared to 2021. However, in other areas, especially in the general liability fund, costs for excess insurance and property loss are increasing. So it's netting out a little bit in those funds to cause us to stay pretty much at budget right now. Lastly, in the the vehicle replacement fund, fleet management is working through a 2-year replacement reduction that was approved by council as part of the fiscal year 21 adopted budget. And they're also dealing with the supply chain issues that were mentioned previously. These next few slides, we're going to go through service delivery status by department. Overall, as was mentioned previously, staff managed through the pandemic to maintain high quality services to the community. Currently, there's a struggle to perform day-to-day tasks while taking on high profile cross-functional tasks, such as the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, housing support, ballot measures, advancing racial equity, and the uplift local activities, to name a few. And the actions recommended in this report begin to support these approved projects. However, the benefits probably won't be realized immediately just because it takes time to hire the positions and get them in place. The next few slides, I'll highlight a couple of items in each of the city service areas. More information is available in the staff report just to give the council a sense of where the departments are at this point in time. In the neighborhood and community and library services, community services programs and classes are being offered both virtually and in person formats. And where possible, classes and programming are held outdoors, such as adult fitness classes, youth classes, and art center. Libraries are open with restricted hours, and they're working towards full reopening through filling vacancies. In public safety, fire department was recently awarded a Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response grant that will be coming to council, I believe, next week for award. This will reimburse the department to hire 5 additional firefighters for 3 years. And the police department has resumed all customer-facing services. The police department is struggling with recruiting and retaining officers and currently has about 10 vacancies in this classification. In planning and transportation services, building applications are increasing, but at the same time, building inspection wait times are increasing. And parking enforcement resumed as of October 1st. And that staff is also working to bring forward a plan to use the $2 million innovative transit grant for a pilot on-demand transit service. In infrastructure and environment, Public Works currently has about 34 vacancies across all their funds. This mainly impacts the streets, sidewalks, and storm drain services. Utilities actually has a high number of vacancies, but they did factor that into their budget when developing the 2022 budget by adjusting their capital work schedules. And then lastly, the internal services and strategic support. The attorney's office, the clerk's office, and the administrative services department are all managing through key position vacancies while balancing day-to-day work and the cross-functional initiatives. Human resources is prioritizing recruiting for essential positions across the city, and a contract to augment recruitment services is anticipated to come to council soon, as mentioned previously. I'll now turn it back to Kylie to discuss recommended adjustments and next steps.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, so given the status of where everything is at, what's included in this report are high priority projects that council has identified or provided direction to staff subsequent to budget adoption in June of 2021 for additional resources. In addition, and that's the first half of the slide. The second half of the slide is identifying some of the areas where additional investment will be helpful from an administrative and strategic support perspective as we continue to reestablish and reactivate city services, the recovery, and kind of deal with the impacts of the prior budget cuts and restraints. So overall, at this initial Q1 mark, where the recommendation is the addition of about 1.4 million in additional resources for those high priority projects. And frankly, as foreshadowed here, but also as you'll see later on in the presentation, more actions are already expected. So example on this one is, although there's staffing or there's funding for economic development and coordination staffing, staff do expect that upon the completion of the RFP, the consulting services that the council has provided direction to staff to do, that we will ask for additional funding once that RFP process is completed. So want to recognize here, just in what's recommended here, that there has been a number of public comments that council has received on various areas for further investment and restoration of prior services or areas that are resource constrained. And so ultimately tonight, hopefully, as our city manager outlined at the get-go, it would be helpful if the council has some areas for staff to focus on in the future to start to identify those areas for our further investment. Back here. Overall, every action recommended in this does not touch the BSR other than that reallocation of that excess ERAF reserve from one reserve to the other. You can see a number of reserves were set aside by the council and staff as part of the FY 2022 adopted budget process, because we knew that we would be in the situation of what do we not know, and let's set ourselves up to be nimble to address and adjust agilely. So here you have a high level look at kind of where the reserves are and what funding would be remaining in each of those reserves. And so trying to provide a comprehensive look for the council and the public, since we are touching and tapping different areas. So ultimately, this does mean that, we'll highlight it later on, that 3.7 million we talked about as excess BSR above the 18.5% does remain unspent. Staff has not used or recommended allocation of that as part of the adjustments being brought forward for council consideration. Okay, there are a few other adjustments that are not in the general fund. 4.3 million in supplemental contributions towards our long-term liabilities. This is our contributions that the council has directed through the pension funding policy for our Section 115 pension trust fund and our SERP account for other post-employment benefits. So these bring these true ups with prior one-time savings that are to be allocated for these areas based on the funding policy. There's also one completion of a reimbursement for a construction project for the Santa Clara County. We talked about the 4 positions. So included in this are 4 positions that are recommended to be added. These are to support council priorities, including housing initiatives and economic development support, front desk support, as well as support in our dispatch center. What's not in this report, but also an important aspect of restorations, is what is to be considered by the council on November 1st, which is the award of the SAFER grant for fire services, which also includes a recommended 5 additional positions. So overall, that would be a restoration or addition of 5 positions compared to our FY 2022 adopted staffing levels. There are certain areas in this report where there were funding allocated, so such as IT support, where there's not necessarily an FTE or position associated with it. And that's simply because staff hasn't figured out, and they're still exploring whether it's a recruitment of an ongoing staffing position versus contractual resources. So I would expect at some point in time, as we continue to evaluate what options we have and the resources necessary, that some adjustments may be made to tweak or change some contractual services dollars to potentially additional staffing. Just want to highlight that as something that we continue to work through. And ultimately, what we've brought forward is what staff think we, based on the council direction and our impacts on day-to-day operations, would recommend after these first 3 months. By no means, I think, is this expected to be the end of the restorations or the end of resource needs. As I mentioned before, this report does not allocate that 3.7 million in the BSR. That's above the 18.5%. It does not allocate the expected tax receipts that are expected to come in above current FY 2022 budgeted levels. And so ultimately those funds remain unallocated and can and will be used as we develop the ongoing FY 2022 budget, as well as we embark on the FY 2023 budget proceedings. So we do continue to work through our challenges associated with recruitment, retention, workforce, our supply chain, and the like. So next steps. This is a lot, I'm sure, but this, I guess, tries to illustrate what our city manager started at the beginning of this with, which is this is not the first conversation and it is absolutely not the last conversation. We have a number of items that will be coming forward for both the Finance Committee and the full council's review that will continue to help ensure that the council remains engaged and timely information, frankly, is presented on where we're at from a financial standpoint. The reports, basically, as you move through November through June, bounce between what are our kind of near-term immediate looks based on our preliminary findings at different quarterly intervals, and also some of the reports are looking at long range right? So our typical routine schedule is to bring a long-range financial forecast to the Finance Committee by the end of this calendar year, which will help us look at what component of these revenues are ongoing versus what components are one-time. And that will help us plan better for the long-term sustainability of the organization. So with that, staff tried to help the council a little bit with a draft motion. It very much emulates the recommendation in the staff report, but we also wanted to add the fifth one to try and help the council with any further recommendations or specific areas that they desire to provide staff direction on to return. And at this point, staff would recommend that we return as part of the FY 2022 mid-year budget review, which the council typically hears usually about the first or second week of February. So that will be in basically 3 more months. So right on schedule, and the next iteration as we move through the recovery period. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll go to the public. So again, if you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time. And based on the number of speakers, we'll determine the time limit. And I understand we have some groups that want to speak. Can the city clerk help me there? Great. Okay, so we have 2 groups listed. And I'm not seeing a lot of other hands. Yeah, so we will go with 10 minutes for the groups and 3 minutes for speakers. So the first group is Helene Grossman. Helene, you should be able to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. If you could go to the slides, that would be great. Great, so I'll be talking today about enforcing the gas leaf blower ban. And the reason I'm speaking in the budget section is I'm really hoping that we can fund some code enforcement to help enforce this law. So I first would like to thank the many members of City Council who've met with me to discuss this issue and brainstorm solutions. I really appreciate your support, your collaboration, and all you're doing for the community. And I think we all want to find a solution that works for the community, and the question is how best to do that. So next slide. So I'll be talking about number 1, the harms from gas leaf blowers, and number 2, a proposal for how the gas leaf blower ban could be enforced. Next slide. So first, I'd like to talk about my personal experience with gas leaf blowers. So I've been working from home for the last 1.5 years, like many of us, and the constant noise from gas leaf blowers interrupts my ability to do my job and be productive every day, every single day. It is increasing my stress level because I can hear gas leaf blowers in my home office, and there's nowhere I can go to escape from them. Even on the weekend, my neighbors use gas leaf blowers on Saturday mornings, and so I can't enjoy time with my kids in our backyard because we can hear the leaf blowers and we can smell the gas, which forces us to go inside. So I want to emphasize gas leaf blowers are more than just a nuisance. The noise and pollution causes health issues, loss of productivity, and decrease in quality of life. It doesn't need to be this way. We don't need to live like this. Next slide. So I started a petition, which I've emailed to City Council, and more than 170 members, actually almost 200 people at this point, have signed the petition indicating that gas leaf blowers are impacting their quality of life. And here are some of the comments that you can see. And I want to emphasize that while there is a cost to the city of enforcing the gas leaf blower ban, there's also a hidden cost that those of us who are residents of Palo Alto are paying every day. There's the loss of our productivity, loss of our quality of life, health issues. I've heard from a lot of people in the community who have asthma or respiratory diseases, and these leaf blowers really affect them. And we're paying these costs every single day. So next slide. So I'll speak a little about current enforcement or lack of current enforcement. So as you know, this law has been around for 16 years, since 2005, but is not actively enforced. So if you file a complaint on the 311 app, you'll get this message back on the right, which says they are not enforcing any gas leaf blower complaints. You can also call the non-emergency police number, and hundreds of complaints have been filed that way this year. But so far in 2021, the police have issued zero warnings or citations. Next slide. I also want to mention that we shouldn't be using the police to enforce this because most people don't feel comfortable calling the police about a gas leaf blower, and the police don't want to be doing that. The police have more important things to do. So it's not a very efficient use of resources. So now I'd like to talk a little bit about the noise. Oh, there's a leaf blower. That's what it's like. Okay, so that's the noise from a leaf blower. And that's what happens when I'm in a meeting during the day at work, when I hear that noise and there's nowhere that I can go. So the noise from these leaf blowers is low frequency, so it travels over multiple city blocks. When I'm out on my bike, it's a full 2 blocks before I stop hearing the sound of leaf blowers. It penetrates construction walls, and a single gas leaf blower can extend to 100 homes or more, depending on the density of the neighborhood. So that's a lot of impact from just one gardener, versus an electric blower would only extend to about 6 homes. And the noise is more than just a nuisance. It has a lot of effects on our health, as the World Health Organization has found. It causes stress, it causes poor concentration, it can impair sleep for people who are trying to sleep at home during the day, and a lot of health problems. Next slide. There's also pollution, I think, which is an even bigger issue than the noise. So you can see on the top right here that 1 hour of gas leaf blower use is equivalent to driving over 1,000 miles all the way up to Canada. But instead of spreading that pollution out over 1,000 miles, it's all right here. It's all in my backyard when I'm playing with my kids, when my neighbor's leaf blower is spewing those fumes into the air. And that's just not fair for residents. The 2-stroke engine from leaf blowers uses a gas oil mixture that's especially toxic. And again, these PM, particulate matter from leaf blowers, can stay in the air for hours or days and cause serious health issues, especially for the gardeners themselves. So you can see on the right here that the California Air Resources Board has analyzed the emissions from leaf blowers, or small off-road equipment, SOAR, compared to cars. And as of this year, leaf blowers and similar equipment will have more emissions than cars. And by 2030, it'll be almost double the emissions from cars. The reason is cars, as you see, have gotten cleaner, and leaf blowers have not. So these are really super polluting machines that are just not getting any better. Next slide. This is also a social justice issue for gardeners. So as we know, gardeners are largely low-income immigrants, and they deserve safe working conditions. They shouldn't have to risk their health just to service our lawns. So exposure from the fumes and pollution from these machines can cause lung cancer, heart disease, stroke, asthma, premature death. And the noise is at such a level, it can cause hearing loss. You can see this quote here from a hearing specialist who says when he sees these crews, he thinks they're on the path to premature deafness. So we think we're being nice to gardeners by not enforcing the law, but we're really setting them up for future risk of hearing loss and disease. Next slide. So this is by far the biggest reason why we should care about leaf blowers, which is climate change. So climate change is here and now. It will not wait for us, and it doesn't care about our budget constraints. You can see in the top right here is the recent photos from Lake Tahoe on fire. We've had droughts, we've had extreme weather events, and gas leaf blowers are a huge source of emissions that are contributing to climate change. As I said, more than passenger cars. So there's no point in continuing to electrify our cars without addressing this larger source of pollution that's right here in our backyard. So we are one of the richest cities on the planet, and if we can't clean up our own pollution, then we really just don't have much hope. So next slide. So as many of you might know, California has just passed a new state law, which is wonderful, that they are going to ban the sale of gas leaf blowers and similar equipment starting in 2024 or later. But gardeners can keep using equipment that they have or that they buy out of state. And so it's going to be many, many years before we see the benefits from this. We don't need to wait for this law to take effect. We can act right now. Next slide. So the solution doesn't need to be difficult or expensive. The New York Times Wirecutter recently published an article on the best leaf blowers on the market, and here is the winner. You can see it's only $57 right at Home Depot. Cheap and easy. A property owner could purchase this for their gardener, provide access to an outdoor outlet, and the problem is solved. Battery versions are also available if someone doesn't have an outdoor outlet or they don't want to use the court. So the prices are really reasonable. Next slide. So here's what enforcement could look like. We think it's a proper responsibility of the property owner to pay gardeners enough to do their job safely and legally, or to provide the equipment to do so, as we saw on the previous page. So we would like the city to, number one, educate property owners who employ gardeners that these machines are illegal and harmful. Two, issue a warning to property owners who continue to use gas leaf blowers on their property. And number three, as a last resort, fine the property owners who have multiple violations. Or as an alternative, we could waive that fine if they purchase an electric leaf blower. And some of this could be automated through the 311 app. And there is precedent for enforcing a gas leaf blower ban against property owners. For example, they've done it in Santa Monica. And we could have an appeals process where if a property owner didn't even know the gas leaf blower is being used, they could just fill out a form to appeal it. We could grant the appeal, but then of course they would know what's going on in their property, and it would encourage them to speak to their gardener and address the issue. Next slide. So here's what we're asking for. Palo Alto used to have 3 code enforcement officers, but this was cut to just 1. So this person is now doing the job of 3 people. So we would like to request that Palo Alto restore one of those code enforcement positions, which would still be a 33% cut from prior levels. So it's not an exorbitant expenditure. And in the beginning, this person could focus on getting gas leaf blowers under control. And then later, they could focus on other code enforcement issues in the city. So there would be plenty of work for them to do. Last slide. Next slide. Okay, so here's a summary of the overall benefits and costs. Benefits. 1, ability to work, play, sleep, and enjoy our homes without loud, penetrating noise. This would benefit 100% of Palo Altans. Cleaner air to breathe, particularly for children, seniors, and people with respiratory disease. Health and safety for gardeners, and one of the top things we can do to mitigate climate change for just 1 position. Thank you.
Sorry. So we have another group of 10 represented by Jeffrey Hook.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I also had a slide deck. I don't know if we can start it. My comments are going to be completely in support of what Helene Grossman did, and I just want to add maybe a little bit of visual support. So yeah, we want to enforce the ban on gas blowers. Next slide. The key points I want to talk about are the gas blowers damage our quality of life. That's already been adequately discussed by Helene. We've had a ban since 2005 but no enforcement. The case for a ban is stronger than ever. In addition to climate change, we have drought issues, and we have soil health to discuss. Healthier alternatives exist, which I will cover. State AB 1346, which she already talked about. Palo Alto, I think, has now fallen behind other Bay Area cities. I'll mention some other cities that do have bans. And the action, I agree with Helene. We want to add back a code enforcement FTE. Next slide. From the Baltimore Sun, an opinion page, leaf blowers are too loud. This leaf blower machine is beyond a doubt the worst invention ever created. Well, I think I want to say that for me, it's the worst invention that I'm in daily contact with, that affects my daily life. I think many others probably agree with me. Next slide. From Soils Alive, is the convenience worth the risk to your soil? Leaf blowers might be the easy way to clean up during routine maintenance, but they also damage soil through erosion and compaction, plus add pollutants into the air. Next slide. Ted Reuter, director of Noise Free America. Palo Alto passed restrictions on leaf blowers for good reason. Leaf blowers create very high levels of irritating noise. They make life very difficult for those suffering from asthma or allergies. Many American communities are leaf blower hell because of the constant noise. They also contribute to air pollution. They're pointless and unnecessary. Next slide. As everyone knows, Palo Alto does have a noise ordinance that includes in section 9-10.060, subsection F, no person shall operate any leaf blower powered by an internal combustion engine with any residential zone after July 1st, 2005. I think we've been also, we've done ourselves a disservice by allowing gas blowers on commercial property and on city property. I think this sends an ambiguous message to maintenance personnel and to the citizens of our city. If they see a leaf blower being legally operated in a commercial zone, they think, oh, it must be legal to do anywhere. So just tonight, we're asking for the restoration of the FTE and code enforcement, but really for me, I'd like the gas blower ban extended to everywhere in the city. There's no reason anymore to use these infernal combustion engines. Next slide. Palo Alto is not enforcing its leaf blower restrictions, and it actually won a Noisy Dozen Award from Noise Free America. Next slide. Enforcement has dropped to zero, as we already have known. We passed the ban in 2005. We had 322 reports in 2008, 359 in 2009, 63 in 2010, 1 in 2011 and 2014. That's the latest that my data went. And we've just, it's dropped off the radar, but the annoyance, if anything, has increased. Next slide. So the argument for a ban is stronger than ever. As Helene mentioned, climate disruption. These two-stroke engines are producing more pollution now than all passenger cars in California, and that will just get worse. You know, we are in the midst of a huge climate catastrophe of our own making. It's fueled by our use of fossil fuels. This is low-hanging fruit. We can get rid of the gas equipment, and we can make a huge dent in mitigating our climate disruption. Secondly, soil health. Healthy soil is mulched. Healthy soil has moisture. Healthy soil has billions of microorganisms, both bacteria and fungi, that support insect life, that ultimately feed the birds that we all enjoy. And yet, what a typical maintenance person will do is they'll blow the leaves away from all the bushes, leaving just the bare soil underneath. Somehow, our aesthetic, as Palo Alto has become more affluent, has become such that we think of leaves as litter that need to be removed instead of as part of nature that needs to be enhanced. And the costs are that first we're spending more money to remove the mulch from the soil by blowing the leaves away, and then we're spending more money to remediate that by adding back fertilizer at a different time. Let's just let nature do its job. The third one, as Helene mentioned, working from home. During the pandemic, many people started working from home. This is continuing as a lifestyle. We need to provide a safe, quiet working environment. Fourth, battery technology improvements. We've come a long way since 2005. Actually, the president of BAGA, the Bay Area Gardeners Association, which vociferously opposed a ban in Menlo Park in 1998 and also in Palo Alto. This guy, Juan Prado, lives in Redwood City, is now saying that he completely supports transition away from gas. So the gardeners are starting to be on our side, which is good. Finally, public health. The convenience of one person does not justify the inconvenience of 100 people. It's a similar situation to where we banned smoking in public places. You know, we considered the private benefit, which is questionable, to not be worth the cost to the public. And this is exactly the same situation. Next slide, please. Leaves are not litter. This is from the Xerxes Society for Invertebrate Conservation. One of the most valuable things you can do is support pollinators and other invertebrates. Leave the leaves where they are. Neighbors may think you're crazy or just plain lazy, but the little guys know you're a real hero. Next slide. AB 1346, which was passed, and as Helen mentioned, it prohibits the sale, but does not prevent the use of the existing gas equipment. There are 400,000 gas blowers in California. That's about 1 for every 100 people. Palo Alto has a population of 60,000. Nighttime, 90,000 during the day. We're talking about 600 to 900 blowers that are in use in the city if no one is respecting the current ban. That's a lot of blowers. Next slide, please. Bay Area cities with gas blower bans include Berkeley, Belvedere, Mill Valley, Sonoma, Los Gatos, and Los Altos. This year, a ban has passed the Hayward Planning Commission for 2023. Nevada is considering it. And in Oakland, a ban is in full effect. I think Palo Alto considers itself a leader and a forward-thinking city, and now we're falling behind relative to other cities in the Bay Area. So let's get with the program. Next slide. Yeah, just pointing out what everyone knows, that we've gone from 2 code enforcement officers down to 0, and we want to get one of them back, or maybe it's 3 to 1, and we want to get the one back. Next slide. Let's bring back the code enforcement staff. Let's make reporting easier, as I think someone during the public comment section mentioned. We gotta follow the money. We gotta cite and find the homeowners. We should educate on the value of blower-free gardens. I mean, why blow at all? And protect everyone by removing the externalized cost of blowers. I see my time is almost up, so next slide. Thank you very much. This is what a blower-free garden can look like. It's beautiful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have 2 more speakers. Our next speaker is Lawrence.
Hello, my name is Lawrence Garwin. I'm a Palo Alto resident. Been here a long time. I spend a lot of time in my yard, and I also like to breathe fresh air in the house, so I open the house up. But being in Palo Alto, there's gas blowers operating every day of the week and sometimes on the weekends, and we get raw gasoline pouring through the yard and pouring into the house. I find myself running around, closing all the windows in a hurry, trying to seal up the house when it happens. And like someone mentioned before, it's like being in a war zone. It's a chemical attack. I guess living in Palo Alto, I've gotten used to the efficient modern vehicles. So there's not the kind of smell in the air from the vehicles that you'd find, say, in Panama City, where you can be overcome by diesel and raw gasoline smells. So we're fortunate there, but all of that gets taken away in just a moment when someone fires up a gas blower. Our gardeners, I'm in a rental, used to use a gas blower, and we provided them with an outlet and asked them to use an electric blower. And they have a cord, and we even offered to provide them a cord, and we have an electric blower they could use, but they've got their own blower and cord and they use it. Unfortunately, they also do the yard next door, and they say to use the electric blower there, they would have to negotiate with the homeowner or the landlord, and hopefully they will sometime soon before a new tenant comes. But it's like, oh, we have to charge them more because it takes more time, and maybe also because we're going to use their electricity and we have to negotiate that. In any case, it seems like that should be baked in because it's actually against the law for them to use a gas blower there, but apparently there has to be a big negotiation because of unwillingness to follow the law. So I think enforcement should be much easier than it is now. The idea of automated enforcement where people just send in the photos is great, but you do need somebody with the city to manage it, and there should definitely be funding for that person to do their job. But it should be easy instead of cops having to talk to gardeners or homeowners, like the person suggested earlier, take pictures, document the violation, and automatically have information sent out to the homeowner. And possibly also to the gardeners saying, hey, look, you do business in Palo Alto, these are the rules, follow them, and you can be cited if you don't. But yeah, the homeowner needs to be responsible. They live here, and they're easier to keep track of than the gardeners because they can change and new ones be hired. So once again, for all those reasons, we really need to shut these down. There's a law, we've had it for a long time, and the laws are supposed to be followed. I think the city has been very neglectful. Even when people report it, nothing happens. Even when the police have responded in the past, very little has happened. So thanks for your time, and I appreciate looking into this issue and making some progress.
All right, thank you. And our final speaker is John Shank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, staff. John Shank with Thwaites Brothers again. And I'm just asking for you guys to support this item. We need to start acting normal to be normal. I'm someone who typically argues for fiscal prudence, but at this time, not that this isn't prudent, I don't know enough, but I can tell you we need to reinforce our ability to provide necessary services. A few important roles we and our tenants share that we believe we have a need for are additional public works staff to really make our retail areas shine and be able to respond, as I'm sure they were really stretched over these last 2 days. But to be able to provide those services is really important. Development services, the folks in planning and building are very important to our reputation in the business community. And most important to me is to fund the police and social services folks to help address the homeless, the health, and the safety issues that we certainly have in the downtown. There are safety issues regularly at entrances to our buildings for employees and janitors and visitors. Even the front entrance to the city's own development services offices are often blocked, and many employees don't feel safe to go in and out the front door. Many people in the public perceive the parking garages as not safe. They're not wrong given what has been happening. I know efforts are underway to make them clean and safe again, but we really need to allocate some budget to make sure we do this well and consistently. We also need, in the building and planning area that I mentioned, we want a new retailer who inquires about the timing for a permit to get a great answer, that we're speedy and efficient with processing applications and providing inspections for projects. Everything matters these days, and the retailers who are out looking, we want them to want to open their business in our downtown, and we want them to choose to invest here. And it's hard. I want to thank staff for all the hard work they've done through the pandemic. The cost cutting and budget cutting and staff cutting, I believe was very appropriate, but it's time to get back to work and reinvest in yourself so we can provide these services. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That concludes the public comment. We'll come back to council for discussion. Vice Mayor Burt.
Okay, so I will take a stab at kicking it off. I think this is going to be an important discussion. As we all know, that the last year and a half has been a really exceptional time, and as a result, we had drastic budget cuts in FY21 a year and a half ago, and then we narrowly averted additional cuts this fiscal year. And as a result of those big cuts in FY21, as well as vacancies that had been allowed to occur in anticipation of additional cuts this fiscal year, we're very understaffed in a whole bunch of departments. The staff report went into a good summary of that. It's a very good narrative. Frankly, I was searching for a better summary table so that we could really see where the highest priority restoration of positions would be in each department, what's being identified in the narrative, but not really laid out as clearly as I would hope. But I want to say that our staff through all of this has been working overtime to just try to continue to provide the day-to-day services that our community expects. But the problem is we're doing so with on 20% less revenue than what we were projecting previously and very drastic cuts. When we went through the budget this last spring, we, as I said, we narrowly decided to not cut even deeper. And we had some discussions about where we might be going forward. One of the things was that we had an additional $3.7 million, if I believe correctly, that is in our budget stabilization reserve above our target level. And we had a debate at the time whether we should allocate any portion of that or all of that toward restoring certain positions that are really critical that have been cut. We opted to not do that at that time because we wanted to have better visibility on where we're headed. So in the staff report, what we've seen is that we're now on pace for revenues to come in at, I think it was around from 5 million to about 6.5 million roughly above our projections. That's on top of that 3.7 million in the budget stabilization reserve that we went into this fiscal year with basically above our own targets. That's being above a budget stabilization reserve is literally for those times where we need to stabilize our budget, where revenues have fallen and services have to continue. And that's why we have a reserve. But instead of even dipping into it, we started the year 3.7 million ahead of it. Now we're looking to be what, about 6-7 million ahead of it. I had that number here, and but in that kind of range. So I'm hoping that we're going to look at not only the 4 positions that staff has recommended restoring, but also what other critical positions we should give guidance to staff that we wish to see restored as soon as possible. When we say restoring them as soon as possible, we need to recognize that that slide that showed that we're, depending on the urgency of the position, 4 to 6 months, sometimes longer, if we are having difficulty recruiting, to fill a vacant position. And so any action we might take in the coming months is another 4 to 6 months after that. So if we wait until February to even give guidance to staff on the most critical positions to fill, then we're looking at 6 months out before those would hopefully get filled. And frankly, we're having great difficulty recruiting for many of our positions. And so we may not be able to fill those either way. So I wanted to frame some of those issues before going into other recommendations later. One thing I wanted to clarify, a couple of things on the revenue side. So on staff report page 9 on the documentary transfer tax, if we compare that to what is in the slide, I think it was slide number 9, on if that could be pulled up, that summarized where we are on different revenue streams. The staff report says that last year we were at 10.6 million that came in that. That was an exceptional year. We have a lot of volatility from the certain big commercial sales that give volatility to that. But we budgeted not 10.6 million. We budgeted 7.1 million is the estimate for this year. And even though this says trend versus budget, unless I'm misunderstanding it, we're not below the budget. If we were to extrapolate where we are, we're about $2 million above the budget if we continued at the current revenue rate, which is not a guarantee on a volatile item. So, Ms. Nozay, did I understand that correctly?
I'm actually looking at that, Vice Mayor. I don't think that we are currently, if we stay steady, projected to meet that 10.6 that we received.
No, I
last
didn't
year.
say 10.6.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm comparing the budget. This column over on the right side says trend versus budget, not trend versus prior year.
Correct. And I believe in Mr. Harper's remarks that he said that we are expected at the end of the year when staff was doing their estimates to be at budgeted levels, the 7.1 million. But if we're looking at the year over year kind of comparison from prior years and trending it out, that we are tracking slightly lower. So I see what you're saying. It's slightly misleading.
And if you look at the year to date, what we are at a pace that would bring us, I think, if I calculated correctly, 9.1 million if we continued at the current trend. Now, I'm not assuming that we are advocating that we assume in a volatile income category that we take the first quarter and extrapolate it. But that's quite different from saying that we're actually down on that item. Based on extrapolation, we're up what would be about 2 million versus budget. That's not insignificant. And I want to get that, if my understanding is correct, I think we need to get that corrected. But let me leave that for a moment and move on to a couple of the other things. So there's a whole slew of categories here. Well, I see that I've used up my first go around on time. So let me go ahead and pass the floor and come back later with some additional comments.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. First, a question. What's our current policy on use of the BSR? I recall that at the end of the fiscal year, the city manager has the ability to put like half in the pensions, half in capital infrastructure. Can you refresh my memory?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Cormack. Yes, based on the council's most recent action as part of the pension funding policy, the recommended use of any excess BSR is a 50-50 split between an additional pension contribution and a contribution to the capital improvement fund.
And how many? How many years are we away from achieving our 90% target for our funding our pensions?
Paul, would you remind me? I believe we are looking at, our goal was a 15-year horizon for that plan.
Yeah, but I feel like we did that 2 years ago. So we had 13 years, or is this CalPERS thing? It's like,
oh, it's 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, but where are we in the 15 years?
Sure. We haven't actually rerun the calculations based on the newest CalPERS investment returns. So I would hesitate to provide an updated forecast on that.
Okay. But it's fair to say that we're more than 10 years away from achieving our 90% target. Okay.
That is correct.
And then I don't see any need to relitigate how much we cut from which capital infrastructure fund. I think we can all agree that it was cut substantially and that our needs have only grown in the interim. Let me start with a few things that I, thank you for that, that I wanted to recognize in the staff report. We're fully funding the litigation reserve with one-time funds. That's perfectly appropriate, and I'm glad to see that recommendation. Page 105 looks like utilities. We talked a lot about this, right, in the beginning of the pandemic about delinquencies, and there was a great deal of concern. We're at 2.1 million now, but with 4 million budgeted, we don't know if it'll get worse or get better. So I just want to thank staff for spending time on that, and it looks like we've got that in good shape. All right. Very happy to see you bringing forward contract recruiters for human resources. That's where the funnel starts, right? And we've certainly heard from members of the executive leadership team over time, past couple months, that's been a bottleneck. It's understandable. With 100 vacancies, we definitely have our work cut out for us. I would offer an alternate framing of the problem that we're in, and the words of, the slashing words, all these things. We eliminated a lot of vacancies. That's what we did with the 40 million. There were actually not as many people who left our service as people thought or expected. So I just want to offer that as an alternate framing of the situation that we're in. My biggest concern reading this and thinking about where we are and what we've been through and where we're headed is captured on page 98. And I want to read this, those of you following along at home. Staff is struggling to consistently meet day-to-day service requirements. That's not because we don't have staff who are working their hardest. That's because we have, increased leaves. We have more people who've left our service, and we've added on more requests for service, whether it's, for our planning department to do more research for us, or whether it's for, more librarians to staff our 5 libraries. So, you talked about a competitive labor market, and I think in addition to perhaps actually really, I'm going to say before we add more, we have to figure out how to support the people we have here today. I'm really growing increasingly concerned. So when you're asking us to consider programs to express appreciation to our staff, I'm not sure it's express appreciation. To me, that's like, morale building. I'm really looking at what is it that we need to do to make sure that people we have working today can continue to, and will continue to work for us. So what are staff's thoughts on that in the 15 seconds I have remaining?
Okay, appreciate the opening. Let me ask Rumi, go ahead and weigh in with your thoughts. Clearly, this is a topic that we've spent quite a bit of time on as a team. I do think it's fair to say we've got some work ahead of us to give you a solid recommendation. But with that, Rumi, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, Rumi Portillo, HR Director, Chief People Officer. If we're talking about retention, there's a lot of interest, of course, in the competitive salaries. We are having a lot of activity at local agencies around us. Our employees are very attractive as they're well-trained. The city of Palo Alto has a really wonderful reputation. And so we are losing city employees to other local agencies. We are, by design, we target the middle of the market. And so when we are keeping up with the middle. We have other agencies that by design stay to the top of the market. And so we are always going to be at a deficit when we are competing against some of the neighboring cities. So salary is always a concern and an interest by employees. Another great interest would be flexibility. And a lot of our work in the past was much more structured. And since the COVID shutdown, we've invested a lot into having more seamless service delivery by not having to be on site. And the continuation of work in that way is attractive to a portion of the workforce, in particular, some of those that are harder to fill, some of the engineering positions, some of the professional positions and the administrative positions. So I would say money and flexibility. And I do, although you mentioned that the appreciation is about morale, I do think that recognition and appreciation is still very important, and something that also needs funding. And so, those are things that we really don't have recognized funding sources to be able to do the recognition that the workforce deserves.
All right, well, if my colleagues don't follow up on that, I will in my next round. Thank you.
I'm gonna jump in here. So first of all, I want to say I do appreciate you coming back more frequently. Obviously, we've been operating under a lot of uncertainty in this last year and a half, and I think it's been worth doing. The situation's been changing rapidly. I think the good news here is it looks like we're about 5 million ahead in revenue, and our expenses are lower than expected. I actually have some specific questions about budget amendments I thought I'd try to get to. So I know we have this automated attendance system now at City Hall, the lobby. I was curious about why we're looking at hiring a receptionist for the development center. Could we extend that automated system maybe over to the development center?
Let me ask John Late to weigh in on that. I think that's appropriate for a more detailed response.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We're actually looking for someone who's going to manage a lot of work. It's the department phones, serving the walk-in customers at the development center, supporting our development center staff, and really supporting the development center coordinators, development coordinators at the center. So I don't think this is something that we can leave to an AI type of operation.
Great, that makes sense. Thanks. That's all I needed to hear. Again, I think some of those flow charts is really useful, particularly the recruiting, purchasing timelines. I would really urge us to look at those processes and what we can do to streamline them. If we can empower hiring managers to go faster, to do more screening themselves or posting, it feels like, a month to post, a month to screen, a month to make the offer. I'm really concerned that we have a bureaucratic process. Given this hiring environment, I'd really urge us to take a look at that timeline and what we could do to shrink it. And again, a real focus on these priority positions. I think the Vice Mayor mentioned the staff report, talked about the turnover in the procurement office. If that chief procurement officer is a key hire, I think the council would benefit from understanding, what are really the key hires. I think it's going to be much easier for us to react to that rather than some just, we need to restore 50% of the lost positions or whatever. I think if you can help us understand what are the really key hires, that will be useful. And again, I know private industry is not the same as the city, but I can tell you that recruiting is extremely competitive right now. If you find a candidate, you don't wait for the weekend, you make the offer. Other companies will make an offer on a Saturday and the candidate's gone on Monday morning. And, part of it's monetary, but people aren't taking jobs just for monetary reasons. And I think if we understand, particularly around retention, being flexible, work from home, it's going to be really hard for us to compete with somebody that maybe lives in the East Bay and can get a job at a local agency if, they haven't had to commute for the last year and a half, but they have to resume commuting. Those are not going to be monetary issues. We won't be able to pay enough to get people to commute that far again. So I think we really got to look at the whole process. The things that Rumi mentioned, non-monetary awards, recognition, responsibility, flexibility. Those are all going to be really important, but I can't believe that, again, I know government hiring is different, but a good candidate, if they have to wait 4 months to go through a process, we may be limiting our pool just by that timeline on that process. So that one really jumped out at me, and you know, I had mentioned in pre-council this morning that, you know, I was expecting to see a request for more money around recruiting, and I know we can't just throw money at the problem, but I think really understanding how we're going to compete on a recruiting front, you know, creatively with everybody else that's trying to hire right now, it's going to be important. The other thing I wanted to touch on was I just really wanted to understand where we are with the Section 115 trust. So I saw that we are, one of the budget amendments is to put some money into the fund. My understanding is that's for 2020 and 2021. Is that right?
Those are the additional payments for FY 2020 and 2021. So there are two components to how the city's historically been funding the 115 trust. One component is a more conservative assumption for the discount rate. And that's a transaction that happens. CalPERS is at 7% right now. And we historically, since the funding policy, have been assuming a 6.2% discount rate. So that's one annual contribution. I want to say it's about 5 million. Jesse Deschamps on the call can help correct me if I'm wrong. In addition to...
And that money went in the year.
Correct. That money went in 2020 and FY 2021, et cetera. And so that's an annual thing that's included when we cost out any position in the organization that has pension costs associated with it. Another component of that is if there are any additional savings or unspent funds associated with retirement costs compared to budget in any year, or we've over collected because there's internal charges as we move money between internal funds. If there's any extra funding that's set aside at the end of the year, that's not necessary to balance, say, the BSR, the general fund, then those extra funds, those non-spent funds, will be an additional contribution in any given year. And so that's what you're seeing happen here. Staff held back, frankly, on transmitting those unspent funds in FY 2020, just given the significant uncertainty that was happening. If you recall, that's right at the first 3 months of the onset of COVID. And so we just set that aside for a little bit of, do we need it or not? And so ultimately, as we are managing through this pandemic and we are seeing signs of positive recovery, staff is recommending that we just true up those final payments as we would any other year.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to hear that. I mean, because I thought the money had gone in, and we had some very strong financial markets this last year, so we missed out on having that money invested, apparently. Do we have any idea?
Again, these are just the additional contributions. So
right.
I hear what you're saying in terms of investment losses. Staff reported as part of every one of our quarterly reports that these funds were sitting there, and that our current recommendation was to not transfer them pending the council's final decision from a budgetary perspective.
Okay, well, I'd be interested to hear from my colleagues because I don't recall that, you know, we made that a policy. Like I really thought the money was going into the fund. So it was about 2.8 million. Is that right?
I believe that's the total for FY20 and FY 2021. The FY21 payments right now are the routine ones that are expected. We would do them typically either in June or around this time of the year, since they are cleanup payments. So really, it sounds like the funding that you're speaking about is the FY20, which is about 1 million, 1.2, I think.
Well, both years, I guess. But so you're saying the 21 you would have normally put in at the end of the year anyways?
Correct.
Okay. I thought it was like 2 million and 20 and 821.
There's 1.4 million, I believe, for the CERT account. And so that would have been FY21. So that would have happened at the end of, June of 2021, and 800 for the 115 trust. And so the only 2020 amount in the 115 trust is about 1.2. Paula, did I get that right? It's 2 million.
Sorry, say it again.
So the 2020 savings for the 115 trust is about 20 million. I'm sorry, 2 million.
2 million.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting my zeros messed up.
Right. So, I mean, I appreciate, you wanted to hold money back and be conservative. I'm concerned we missed out on, a great year to invest money. And again, we have some excess money apparently I am in favor of restoring some things, but I'd also like to see, again, if we can make an additional investment to the 115. Again, the lower interest rate is really trying to hold steady, and then additional payments are hopefully trying to pay down. But I'll stop there. So, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to kind of continue where Councilmember Cormack left off, because that's an area that I have an increasing concern on as far as staff retention, and not only the alarming rate seems that we have been losing staff, but also just the more I'm in this position and working with the staff that we have and getting to know the quality and care and character of so many of our staff members. I appreciate more and more the work that you all do, and want to make sure that we're honoring that, and we're doing the best that we can to be able to express that appreciation, and ultimately ensure that we're maintaining all of you. And so I know we in the past, I don't think we still have this. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Board and commission appreciation events. I'm wondering, are there what similar resources or events could the city do in order to be able to help promote that, the other piece of that, which is the staff morale issue?
Rumi, do you want to perhaps review a few of the steps?
Certainly. It's been a tough year. I'm sorry, I'm having a technical issue here. I might cut out and I will pop back on as soon as I can. It has been a difficult year for recognition because we have not been able to have the in-person events. We tend to have a pretty major public recognition week where we have events every day. There is a large citywide picnic, and we recognize employees in a lot of different through activities and giveaways and gear, the Palo Alto logo gear. This year we did do some recognition by providing a credit at the cafeteria so that we could support that service that was just coming back online. We also provided some logo wear to employees as well. I think we provided a mask to everyone for safety in the workplace. When that time comes, though, we do have to search for funding through either the city manager's contingency fund, or we ask departments to chip in. We really, are lacking in a central source to go to. So it makes the planning, a little more difficult from year to year without a stable place to go to. Opportunities have been limited. We've been doing what we can. I do think that there is a fatigue factor that is in, and I think employees are weary. They're really just hitting exhaustion point. It's just, those who have been reporting physically and those who have been, following the health orders and working from home. It's just been a trying time for all.
Yeah, thank you. And I empathize with the fatigue, and I think we're definitely all feeling it. And so I think for staff to communicate those needs with us, I think is important. And I'm sure all of us have worked for employers where you don't feel valued and appreciated, and it's very easy to feel like you are replaceable in large organizations. And anything we can do to show that is not the case, I think could go a long way. So I'm interested in moving forward to see what we can do to be able to reinforce some of that and bring some of those programs back. On another topic, what would it take to restore one of our code enforcement officer positions? I mean, as far as what that cost would look like, and any allocations that would be necessary. I know I've spoken with several staff members on this issue of enforcing the gas powered leaf blower ban, as well as community members. I think this is an area that the community feels very strongly about, and thanks to our public speakers tonight who put on some incredible presentations and showed some really compelling data, not only on the nuisance factor, which makes this a quality of life issue, but also on the climate impact and being able to meet our SCAP goals. So I do think this is an area where we have prioritized, but we're not investing the resources, it seems, to be able to really make a meaningful impact on the enforcement piece of this. So can staff address that?
Sure. And let me ask John Late to speak to that, primarily from an operational perspective, recognizing code enforcement being part of our planning development services department.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess there's a couple parts to your question. There's obviously the resource component. We're looking up the cost now. I don't know if Kylie's got the number for what a code enforcement officer costs. So there's that. But operationally, the speakers and the council is of course aware. We went from 3 officers to 1, and explicit in that, those budget reductions was a statement that we would not be able to enforce leaf blowers, and that's where we are right now, unfortunately, with other work without permits, life safety, complaints that we get in. We have to prioritize the work that we're doing, and at this point, understanding, of course, the impact to the community, as we've heard from the public speakers, we've not been able to prioritize leaf blowers with our existing resources. So if we had a resource in that area, we can certainly give it more attention and focus. There remains challenges with enforcement. I understand we had a lot of creative ideas that have been communicated to us via email and through public comments. But even when we had somebody in that position, our ability to effectively enforce that regulation is challenging. We have to first cite them. First, we have to, you're not necessarily asking that question, but there's a lot involved in getting compliance, and certainly education is a component of that. We can start that. We can start sending flyers back out again, but it's hard to catch. It's a hard topic or area to enforce.
And I saw Ms. Nose nodding her head when you asked that question. So I think she's got the numbers.
Jesse, you have it?
Hi, Jessie Deschamps with the Office of Management and Budget. The annual cost of a code enforcement officer is around $150,000 to $160,000, and that excludes any cost per vehicle.
Yeah, which we need.
Which we need?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate that, and I mean, agreed. Hiring a code enforcement officer won't be the panacea to solving this issue, but it is I think a step in the right direction in order to begin. Right now we have zero enforcement. Being able to have some enforcement I think would move us in the right direction. But agree, there are several other areas too that we need to address, not really related to this topic tonight, but look forward to seeing if we can move in the direction of reinstating one of those officers tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, thanks very much. So, this is good news. Okay, so this is good. Overall, I guess I wanted to weigh. First of all, I align myself with a lot of the mayor's comments earlier. But we are getting back to, touch wood here, to a state of normality and out of sort of emergency operations. And I think that as we do that, we got to start to look at, as the vice mayor's been saying for a long time, and others, sort of go back to the places where, we've been stretching and sort of fill that back in. So I wanted to ask about the 115 though. So I didn't realize I mean, maybe I knew but forgot, right? But we were holding back the actual transfer of the section 115 or the difference in the normal cost to the section 115 trust. No.
We did not hold back the difference in the normal cost to the transfer of the 115.
Okay.
We did hold back any vacancy savings and the retirement savings associated with it that would typically transfer as an additional payment should there be any savings at the end of the year.
I see. Okay. Well, that's much different, right? Or significantly different.
Correct.
I'd have to think about that. I think, I mean, I understand. I mean, it makes perfect sense to hang on to it for flexibility, right? In case we should need it. That said, we have some built-in flexibility because worst case, we can always pay some of this year's CalPERS payment out of the section 115 to replace it. So there is some fungibility there. But yeah, as I understood that, I thought we were holding the difference in the normal cost back, and I don't think we should do that. Okay.
No.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Do we have a projection for the? I noticed that. Do we have a projection for the overall revenue for fiscal 22 yet? I noticed that was we sort of did everything but that. Is there a projection for the total?
An astute observation, Councilmember Philseth. Staff has not, frankly, gone through all general fund revenues line by line, like we normally would to produce an estimate like that.
Right.
We've looked at major revenue sources,
Yep.
whether they be major taxes or some of our larger revenues, such as licenses and permits, as well as charges for services, and
Yep.
looked for anomalies. And so that's why, since it's preliminary, we didn't feel comfortable providing a totality of where we think we're at. We have, obviously, to the council and everybody's conversation today, this evening, identified areas where we do think we are going to exceed budgeted estimates and are comfortable, obviously, and want to be transparent with you and the public that we do expect additional revenues beyond. But as far as the totality of it, we're just not there yet.
So if we want that number, we should go add it up ourselves, and it's our business, not yours.
We added it up in the PowerPoint. It's 5 to 6 million. We've outlined it in the PowerPoint that if you were to aggregate all of those, it's about 5 or 6 million in the general fund.
That's what it looked like, which is approximately the 1 year's ARPA payment. So that's a good sign. It's a little less, but approximately that's good.
Yeah.
Right. Question about the ERAF resolution. So is that done, and we should expect that formula to apply out in future years too? And so there's no particular reason to expect a radical change up or down from that trend.
That's correct.
Super. Okay, thank you very much. One last thing. Get on the subject of normalcy and so forth, and what that means is going back and backfilling stuff where people been working the midnight shift and so forth. One of the ones that's fairly high on my list too, that was leaf blowers or no leaf blowers. Code enforcement has been running it very, very thin for a long time, and that would be fairly toward the upper end of my list too. Right. Even without the leaf blower thing. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So first of all, let me just say that I do like the more frequent financial updates. We're in time of a lot of uncertainty, so I think updates frequently is good because of that. And in general, I think in this report there's a lot of good recommendations. So thank you for your work on that. I'm especially pleased with the grant you guys got. That was actually the $5 million grant. That was actually pretty huge. So I think as a city, we should do a lot more work in this area because I see a lot of other cities get grants. So I think maybe that's an area of resource that should be had if there needs to be some sort of grant writing person. But I think more grants are better because that's revenue for our city. The one part that I didn't see and I wanted to push into a bit is this fiscal year we were fortunate to get the federal COVID money. but I don't know if we can count on that for next year. So I don't know. Have you started thinking about that? The fact that we're not going to get that one-time federal grant, federal COVID. I forgot what it was called, the federal COVID money. So I don't know if Kali can talk a little bit about that and how does that pencil into, because we can't necessarily count on that, right? We might get it again, but I doubt it.
Sure. Just to remind everybody on that one, to your point, Councilmember Tanaka, there was about 13.7 million that the city was awarded through the ARPA legislation at the federal level. But how that's to be distributed to organizations is in two sums. One in, frankly, June of 2021 and one in June of 2022. So when the council did their 2022 budget deliberations, they allocated 60% of that funding to fund the FY 2021 operations and the remaining 40% to 2022 operations, and then 40% to 2023 operations. So staff is factoring that split into any of our projections and our financial planning, both in FY current year 2022 and the future year 2023. You'll be able to see more that stream of revenue, as well as an update of general fund kind of tax revenue based on all this information as part of our FY 2023 through 32 long-range financial forecasts that will be out for the Finance Committee's deliberations this December.
Okay. Yeah, I do remember that. I'm just also thinking about, well, what about after that, right? Because the money is one time. That's something you have to think about, and we can't count on it like it's recurring revenue. But it sounds like you thought about it, so that's great. I do like how you're starting to start saving for the utilities lawsuit, because it's looking very likely that we'll have to pay. And so I actually think that our excess money should go towards this, because it's a lot of money, right? Especially if we don't win our appeal. So I think that's a good direction, and I think more money should be shifted there, because it's a big nut that we have to handle. Yeah, I think on the I know I disagree with my colleagues on this, but I think the ballot measure contract really shouldn't do that. But that's a different discussion. But it's $250,000 that could be used for other things. But I think the business environment is still very fragile. There are some companies that are doing well, but a lot of people are really on edge right now. So I don't agree with the business tax. I saw the reimbursement for Stanford and El Camino, and El Camino is really messed up. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but it's like all broken up. There's like big potholes, and I know that's not necessarily our city. So does this reimbursement have to do with those streets being all messed up, or what's the story behind El Camino and just how rough it is right now?
Not sure we have that information, or more specifically what you're looking for, Councilmember.
Oh, okay. So what part is this $2.2 million reimbursement for? What part of El Camino?
I believe either Director Eggleston or Director Kami can help us out with this capital project.
And Director Kami may be able to speak to the capital project. I just wanted to jump in and say that with respect to El Camino itself, that is Caltrans' responsibility, and we've been tracking with them an upcoming project that will repave El Camino throughout the city limits. And I'm not currently remembering just when that's scheduled for, but I believe it may be coming up sometime in the next year or so.
Yep, and that's exactly what I was going to add. So thank you very much, Director Eggleston. It's currently in progress with Caltrans.
Okay, so I guess this 2.2 was for something else. Yeah, I have a lot more to say, so I know my time's up, so I'll do this on next round. Thanks.
I'm not seeing any more hands. We're ready for a second round. Anybody wants to go? Councilmember Tanaka.
I thought there'd be others, but if not, I'll keep on going. Okay, so let's see. So I think I do appreciate the comment mentioned earlier about being flexible with employees. I think that's actually a really big selling point. I think one thing that was found through this pandemic is that there was a lot of fear about work from home. You know, are people going to be productive? And what I found, and I think other companies have found, is that yeah, work from home can actually work, and it can be just as productive, if not more productive, depending on the role and how things are structured, what the right metrics are, and the incentives. So you know, in terms of trying to reduce our greenhouse gas, you know, transportation is a big chunk of our greenhouse gas. It's also a perk for the employees. So if we could, you know, get the management right in terms of the incentives and metrics, motivation, you know, the setup, I think that could be a big selling point for our city. So I do encourage staff to continue to try to figure this out, because I see a lot of companies doing this, and it's a big plus for people. Yeah, and then in terms of the one thing that I saw also that was, I think, rather disturbing is the utility delinquency. So there's a pretty massive increase. So I think that's probably a reflection of maybe some people not doing so financially well and having trouble with utilities, but I don't know if there's more behind it than that. I saw a paragraph or so in the report, but I don't know if staff has more insight about this is like a 10x increase in delinquencies. So it seems like that's a number to watch. Does staff have any more insight as to what might be happening?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Talking. No, that's pretty much where that's going. I mean, as you saw that pre-pandemic, we were averaging right about 140 accounts, and we have seen most of it is from a commercial standpoint. That's the reason why most of that dollar amount is fairly high. We don't, but it's up to about 1,400 and 100 customers. We are starting now to actually send out letters to be a little bit more proactive, to let people know that we are not going to shut them off, but we're going to ask them to start paying their bills at this period of time. So we started that process about 2 weeks ago, sending out letters, mostly to our large commercial accounts, where the majority of that $2.1 million is located at.
Well, I'll just say that I do know some business owners, like especially like restaurant owners, where they're getting charged a lot and they're just broke. And so I do think we want to tread a bit careful there. Our commercial rates are pretty high, I mean, much higher than residential rates. So that's something to keep in mind. If we do, actually, pay out the utility lawsuit, this would be maybe some relief for some of the folks that are in the hole. So anyways, it's something to watch. It's a 10x increase. So I do think it's an indication of the hardship that people are going through right now. So I think we should be sensitive to that. And perhaps we could look at this utility summit as a potential way to provide some relief. In terms of needs, I think as my colleagues have mentioned, we've had a lot of cuts of a lot of service, and people are feeling it. So besides leaf blowers, which I largely agree with, I've also heard complaints about library hours. We have libraries, but they're almost never open. So that I have office hours every Sunday, as most of you know, and the three perennial topics are library hours, the 70-hour enforcement, parking enforcement, and then leaf blowers. Those are the three things that keep on coming up. And so it's at the same time, we also have to think about we have this utility lawsuit that's kind of over our heads, and the revenue is still not guaranteed, but there's a lot of services that I think our residents want, and so I think we want to strive to restore some of these services. I see how staff allocated the funds to try to restore services. I largely agree with them. I was looking very hard to see if there's something we could do to kind of squeeze some money out of something else, but it really doesn't look like it. At least it wasn't obvious. Maybe there's something that I'm totally missing here, but I wish there was. And but I do think that when we can get some funds, I think these three areas we really need to try to figure out the funding for, and how to get some of this back, or if there's more efficient ways of doing it. I know some members of the public had some creative ways of maybe take a video of the person doing a leaf blower, or a video of the parking enforcement, or I don't know, maybe library hours. I've heard a lot of people willing to volunteer, so maybe there's some other ways of restoring some of these services without costing us a bundle to provide these services. So I think that's something maybe staff could get creative on. And I know I'm out of time here, but I just want to add that I do agree with what was said earlier about the time to recruit. We should, I also saw how long it took us to recruit. And it is a little bit ridiculous. And so I know that there's a lot of checks and balances we need to have, but we need to streamline it because the good people find jobs pretty quickly, and we want to get good people. So anyways, thank you guys for your work on this.
If I might comment, Councilmember Tanaka, thank you very much for your comments there. A couple of particular points I wanted to acknowledge. One, just to express some appreciation on the library hours you mentioned. Director Kant and our library staff have actually implemented increased library hours faster than was anticipated in the adopted budget. So really want to express appreciation for that, and perhaps use that as just a launching pad for really recognizing that our organization has, and I don't like to boast, but our organization has really been a leader among public agencies in pursuing the hybrid workforce and hybrid work efforts in ways that have been modeled and used as examples by other public agencies throughout the Bay Area. And really, as you mentioned, looking at metrics and how we manage our remote and hybrid workforce, and really, in particular, partnering with our employees in developing a variety of strategies, because it's not a one-size-fits-all for the circumstances of the variety of services that we provide as a city. So thank you, Councilmember Tanaka, and my apologies for not chiming in earlier for other comments along the same lines, because Palo Alto really should be proud of the work that our team has been able to establish and the results that we're showing as a result. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt and then Councilmember Cormack.
Yeah, thanks. And I want to echo the appreciation for lots of the staff, but the accelerated pace at which the libraries are reopening. I did want to make sure I understood correctly. On page 19, it says the full reopening will be completed once all vacant positions are filled. Did we, in this year's budget, authorize all the vacancies to be filled that would be necessary to return all the libraries to their full operating hours?
Go ahead. You're right. It's a change in staffing levels. I think it's a bit of a mixture of part-time and full-time hours. So once again, I think this is an example of where Director Camp and her team have been able to try to cover as much of the.
Yeah, but my question is, with the positions that we authorized in the budget, once those are filled, does that return the libraries to full operating hours on all libraries?
Go ahead.
Thank you for that question. Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. What it does is actually restore last year's budget, not the 21. So that's the difference. So the two bigger libraries, Rinconada and Mitchell, would be 6 days of operation, with Mitchell having 10 to 9 hours, and then Rinconada having either 10 to 6 or 12 to 9, depending on the days. And then the smaller libraries open 3 days,
okay,
including one weekend day.
So
right
that's
now we're only open partially. So we're hoping with new additional staff vacancies filled, we can restore to that level.
Yeah, so that's what I thought I understood. And I think it's really important that we make clear distinctions, whether we're restoring to a reduced level or and not just in the libraries, in various areas, or restoring to our normal level. And the staff report gets confusing in some of those places. Like on libraries, it says the full reopening will be completed. Well, what does a full reopening mean? In this case, it's meaning reopening to the partial opening of last year. So let's really try to make sure that we're being clear on what we're meaning there, and so that the public understands that we don't have in the budget the dollars to fully reopen our libraries, and we're going to see improvements in the hours, but not a return to normal. And that's the case in many of our different departments. And I think that's really important. As I went through the staff report, one of the areas, for instance, in transportation is seeing that the Safe Routes to School folks in the community are very concerned over the safety of children going to school, in part because one of the cuts we had was for the police department traffic safety program that in the mornings had a lot of focus on safety around school sites. So that's one example in the police department. I know in the staff report, we talked about adding a dispatcher and potentially others, which aren't yet. Is that in the, I'm trying to recall, is that in tonight's?
The
proposed?
manager over the dispatcher center, like you had noted, Vice Mayor Burt, is included tonight. There are other positions that the department identified in their write-up as priorities, but we not yet have brought those forward.
So we have just in that department, a whole slew of reductions that are valuable services to the community. In the police department, I know we hear from many members of the community who say, oh, property crime, they're being told when they have a property theft, it's a relatively low priority because we simply don't have the investigative staff to respond to some of those things. In public works, I saw that we're down 34 positions, including almost 40% of our street and sidewalk repair folks. These are big changes that are just starting, the impacts of them are starting to accumulate. You know, you don't notice cutting back on sidewalk and street repair in the first months because it takes a while for that deferred maintenance to start being really visible to people. But that's the situation we're in, and we didn't restore that stuff this year at all. And that's just going to get worse each month as we go on, unless we take some of the nearly $10 million in projected surplus from the BSR and the revenue side and apply it toward restoring a certain fraction of the cuts that were made in vital positions to our workforce. I did want to ask, we talked about revenue increases and we had the budget stabilization reserve. The EFRA, the sales tax issue, that's really great that that's an ongoing additional revenue above our budget, which goes a long ways to offsetting the liability we have from the utilities lawsuit. But we have all close to 100 vacancies. I think it's important for staff to point out what's a normal vacancy level, because we never operate at fully staffed positions, nor do other public agencies. There's a typical vacancy level, and what we're really dealing with is the difference between a normal vacancy level and what we have today, and that's our shortfall on vacancies. But out of all those vacancies, can we get a very rough estimate of, in a range of about how many, perhaps $1 million, we have in lower expenses this year after we compensate for some of those vacancies are being backfilled by overtime or contract labor. But in addition to that, we're not having the expenses that we budgeted for because we haven't been able to hire for those positions. So Ms. Noze, do you have a rough estimate of about how many dollars? You can do it in a very rough range or whatever. But I think the council and the community is completely in the dark as to how much less we're spending than we put in the budget.
Let me look into that and get back to you.
Okay, thanks. Well, I just want to then point out that in planning, we not only have this need for code enforcement, and there's a lot of other code enforcement problems that we have because we're 1/3 of normal staffing levels, but also the point that was made on the leaf blowers is that the work from home model has exacerbated this issue. People are working from home, and a problem that was always there is compounded by how much they're being exposed to that. But we also have at the development center, the staff report went through, and we aren't able to necessarily provide the turnaround time that we'd want on plan checks, on inspections, all these things that are very important, including the community members who are trying to do remodels. I've heard horror stories, and it's not the fault of staff, but it often gets perceived so that when we don't staff correctly, the public thinks, rather than the staff working feverishly to try to fill these gaps, the public thinks the staff isn't carrying the load. That's what's happening as a result of us not staffing to the level that is needed. And frankly, one of the things that wasn't mentioned about how do we really acknowledge the staff, one of the biggest ways is to not ask them to do 1.5 jobs. And that's what we're facing on the restoration of these positions. And that contributes to our difficulty in retaining staffing and recruiting staffing. Because to the extent that we're understaffed, these workers know they're either working in a minefield or walking into a minefield. And we need to bear that in mind, that our whole difficulty of recruiting and retaining is to a significant degree because we are understaffed. And we cannot restore all those staff positions in the coming months. We don't have the funding to, and frankly, it would take longer to do that than a few months. But we are going to be looking at around $10 million. And if we go through this year and we continue to have fire department, libraries, community services, code enforcement, Office of Emergency Services in the middle of an emergency, and across the board, understaffed, and we end up with over a $10 million surplus, what's the public going to think about what we're doing? Why are we sitting on all of those dollars? And I'm not saying that we should necessarily go forward in the near term with reallocating all of them. But for us to do almost nothing in that reallocation and come in at the end of this year with a big surplus, that just makes no sense to me. So I really want to encourage everyone, the staff and my colleagues, to think about, let's begin to make adjustments toward normalization. We're not going to get there right away, but we should be restoring critical positions that we can afford to restore. And we need to know which of those are the highest priority. And we shouldn't waste time doing it because it's 4 to 6 months at a minimum once we authorize it before those positions even get filled. So those are comments that I'd really welcome a serious discussion on.
Tom, you're on mute.
Councilmember Cormack.
All right, well, let's be clear in this serious discussion about the difference between budget cuts and vacancies. So the public works vacancies are indeed, as per the staff report, 34. 2 were cut in the budget, okay? We really have to differentiate between what we have given staff the funds to do this year and what they are able to do in terms of hiring and functioning, and separate that from, it looks to me like even if we threw more money at some of these things, we're not going to be able to get people on board to do the work that needs to be done. So we got 2 different problems here. I think it's important for us to look at those. Ms. Portillo, how much money do you want to run a staff appreciation program? And I'm sure there's a better word for it.
$80,000.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. All right. Next week, we will be discussing the Life Moves project, which appears to have increased in costs, and I assume the operations costs will increase as well. Before we run off and start allocating money that we either do or don't have yet, does staff have a rough estimate of what we're going to need to spend in this year and then in the next year in terms of operations support?
Let's see, I believe actually within those 2 years, there is not a significant city investment, but Chantal, why don't you go ahead and confirm?
Sure. Good evening. That's super bright. The dollar amount for the city is about $7 million over the 7 years, and working with Life Moves and our county partner and the funding from the state, we should be able to flex exactly what year that the city needs to contribute our funds. So if it is tighter for us in the next fiscal year, I think that we'll be able to have flexibility to make the city's contribution come the subsequent years. We're still looking at a lot of those details, and that's the information we're putting together for the packet this Thursday.
And Councilmember Cormack, if I might, and I really appreciate the issue that you're raising. The Life Moves project is one of a number of commitments that are evolving. And quite frankly, at the risk of what appears to be a shopping list that's starting this evening, I would suggest that there might be some categorical means by which the council could give us some general direction and have staff come back with some of these priorities. Because quite frankly, you're scaring me. And I suspect I'm not alone. And again, I don't mean this personally, but I think if we go down the path of list your priority project here, we will be here all night, and you will have scared all the staff here as well.
And we may not get to 5, right? This
Yes.
is a budget amendment. We have to get to 5 out of 7. Okay, so that's helpful advice as we think about that last section of the motion that I hope we'll get to relatively soon. And I think bucketing the I hesitate to say wish list because that make it sound, the categories of things that are important for us to pay attention to going forward might be one way to approach it. But I certainly feel that over the past 6 months, even though we've, had to really keep the lid on spending, we've seen things where we know we want to spend more. And whether that's in, homeless outreach, which is funded in this, or others, that's something to think about. I don't know if I've been effective in communicating this, but I think it's super important for us to figure out how to translate the money that is already in the budget into people doing the work that we want to have done. And I think that's very different from us adding more money to the budget and telling the public, well, it's in the budget. We have to figure out how to do that, and that's a collective effort that we're engaged in. I really appreciate staff servicing that as part of the issue, and it will behoove all of us to be really clear about the difference between where there was a cut and where there is a vacancy. One of the things that happened, right, when we did the major cuts, right, last year, is we eliminated all of the excess in the system, right? The part where it might have been okay to cover somebody's parental leave or a family medical leave act. We really don't have as much flex in the system. So now every time a staffer leaves or is on leave, we've really got a problem. And I think that we've sort of hit that part of the cycle. And I hope that we all realize we need to build in a little bit more flex in the system for people to take the leaves to which they're entitled, and to take the professional development opportunities which they deserve and will contribute to their careers and to our community. Thanks.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. It's actually really great reading it and hearing about it. I've always been optimistic, that we will build back, and this is helping with my optimism. So thank you for that. At the same time, I also want to say that it's been hard the last 2 years, and totally appreciate that staff has been has continued with their diligence to ensure that the city services continue to function and with quality. And then to Rumi, thank you for all the work that you do in trying to keep morale up and bringing attention to the attention that is needed to council so that we can perhaps we can address how to go about doing that. I don't have anything else to say except that I do support. I've always wanted to have our code enforcement office a lot more robust, and so that there is more assistance in there. So I would support that, but I also understand that tonight we should just give instructions for staff to come back. So, so thank you. Thank you for all the work that you guys do.
Okay, I will, I'll try to get to a motion, but I do still have a few more questions. So I noticed the funding for the unhoused and homeless was coming out of that council uncertainty reserve, and we're basically taking it to zero in the first quarter. What was the thought of using that reserve, and what do you think that leaves us for the rest of the year, Kylie?
Sure. That's the funding that we had outlined in the staff report when in August and gosh, I think September, when Ms. Gaines brought forward the housing initiatives, both for the Life Moves as well as the other unhoused programming. And so ultimately, consistent with what we had provided there, we wanted to make sure we took it from there. Ultimately, to your point, Mayor, yes, it does drain that reserve. The council still has the council contingent account, which can be used. I do recognize it is not obviously at the $400,000 level. It's at about $95,000. But I will also say, I think this report has neatly identified that there is room to move funds from, say, the BSR, if that's the will of the council. So really that $475,000 that was set aside originally was to make sure we had room and flexibility as we moved through the fiscal year. And, you know, I understand the feeling that it may feel uncomfortable that it goes to zero. But at this point, we do have a lot more information and we do have that flexibility in things like the BSR or existing revenues that are performing in a positive direction. So hopefully that provides that comfort.
That was kind of my next question. I've heard you refer to the BSR a couple of times, but again, it looks like we have a lot of surplus revenue. So well, again, why do you tend to talk about the BSR instead of saying you can spend some of that surplus revenue?
Sure. The BSR is a more firmly known number. It is also a one-time number and something that the council hadn't anticipated. Typically, we would allocate it as the chair, Councilmember Cormack asked, to the 115 Trust and CIP. Staff hasn't brought forward a recommendation yet and will bring forward some sort of recommendation as part of the year-end budget review. But there are other priorities out there. One that I heard today was also putting that excess funds to the litigation reserve for the utility equity transfer. Another has been to restore services. So that is an area that would be helpful for staff for additional direction if the council wants to see it allocated. We can obviously leave it in the BSR. There's nothing that precludes us. It's within the target range of 15 to 20%. But since it is above the 18.5 direction, apart from what the existing policies are, would be important to daylight for staff so that we can plan accordingly. As for the revenues, to your point, yes, we are not shy in, being transparent with the council that the estimates that we plan for are conservative. And so that provides some level of hopefully comfort and stability, frankly, as we move forward, and knowing that we are on a path towards restorations. We're not looking at any kind of further reductions, which was, I believe, the original intent of the council. Do the hard work, and we don't want to be in this position again, basically, is what I had heard loud and clear as we were moving through the pandemic. So the piece about the current year revenues that makes me just slightly worried is we haven't finished our long-term planning. So to what some of the council members had asked, what does 2023 look like? What does 2024 look like? We're working on that right now. And so that's just a piece that if I'm really truly looking at a fully financial, fiduciary, tactical perspective, obviously we're going to go with what we know, and we're going to move through the more uncertain areas at a slower pace. That's not to say that we wouldn't bring that money forward or identify it for you if we weren't comfortable.
Okay, great. So again, I want to support some of the comments I've heard. You know, code enforcement, not just, again, leaf blowers, but other forms of code enforcement. I also think we've cut back in our planning department. We probably have a need for a senior planner. And, you know, again, kind of hopefully draws to a conclusion tonight. I think hopefully staff has heard a lot of what council's been saying. I'd like to see staff have time to go plan and come back, and maybe in that mid-year review time period, you know, is the time when we could really approve some additional, restoring some positions. And again, I think what I said the first round, I'd really like to see what are these high priority positions, you know, in some detail, and just make the decisions then in terms of potentially adding some additional fees. So funds. So I'm going to go ahead and make the staff motion.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. And just a reminder, the A requires 5 votes, as it says in the motion. Again, just to speak on this again a little bit, I'd really like to see us use this time now to focus on whatever process improvements we can make. And that purchase timeline, that recruiting timeline, is pretty eye-opening. And I think we should really ask ourselves, like, what can we do to streamline those things? And then if, as Councilmember Cormack has pointed out, you know, we already have unfilled positions. So if we can focus on those and then come back at mid-year with any changes, you know, and ideally, I think the other issue that I heard tonight was overall compensation. Where do we want to be in the market? It's been a while, I think, since council has seen compensation studies. So hopefully we could have some of those as well to really understand where we are. And again, I think creative ideas on any non-monetary incentives for engaging and incentivizing staff are going to be really critical in this environment. Councilmember Cormack, do you want to speak to your second?
Briefly, thank you, Mayor Du Bois. You know, it is Halloween week, but I don't think we want to scare our staff with a shopping list, as it were. I want to acknowledge the real needs that members of the public, that staff, that colleagues have brought up. And I also want to give our staff time to mix and match those and prioritize them. I trust that, you know, if something comes up in the next 2 months and you need to make a change before mid-year, you're going to come and ask us for that. And you've already told us that HR contract recruiters are coming. So hopefully that will help shorten that timeline, one of those timelines that we saw. So yeah, there've been a variety of things that people have mentioned tonight, and I know staff was listening carefully and look forward to seeing those in E. You know, Alan Greenspan's famous comment, cautiously optimistic. Yes, and if you think about, you know, the new needs we have in the community, the additional needs that we're recognizing over the past year. So thanks, Mayor, for this motion.
Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Councilmember Tanaka.
In general, I support the motion. There's a couple of things I wanted to see if we could amend. So first one is, so there's going to be a little bit of excess money above the 18.5 from the BSR that colleagues mentioned. I think what we should do with that is move that to our utility litigation for that payout, because I think it's likely that we're going to have to pay it out. It's a huge nut that we're going to have to deal with at some point in time. Because to me, this seems like that's the proper place to put it at this point. And if we're victorious in the lawsuit and we don't have to worry about it. Okay, great. We have a lot of extra money we can spend on other things. But in case we do lose, I mean, like we lost before, this could be really impactful to our budget. So I don't know if the maker or seconder would accept that.
I would not. I think staff is planning appropriately.
Nor would I. I believe the staff report indicates on packet page 113 that the $4 million additional from IRAF would bring the reserve to 12.4 million. Is that correct?
It would.
Okay, so I don't see a reason to say.
Well, there's the ongoing utilities deficit that we'll have.
And if staff believes that, that should be a higher priority than some of the other things we've discussed tonight, then they should bring that forward to us.
Okay, let me move on. The second thing is, we heard tonight a lot of folks who called in about the leaf blower. I've heard other needs like the libraries and other things like the 72-hour parking enforcement. Right now, we have $250,000 that's being allocated towards hiring campaign consultants and polling companies and lawyers to essentially engineer a tax that the public will vote on. I actually think philosophically, what we should do as a council is figure out the tax that we want and put it out there, right? I don't think we should be engineering it for the public to vote on it. I think that it should be something that either it passes or doesn't pass on its own merit versus us trying to figure out what will pass in the public. So as a result, I think this $250K really is better spent towards things like leaf blower enforcement. So I'd like to make an amendment that we move that $250K that's currently being spent to engineer a ballot measure that the public will vote on or vote for, and instead use that for the services that the public would like. Example would be leaf blowers. So I don't know if the maker or the seconder would accept that.
Well, personally, I believe the public would like a business tax. You've been against the tax from the beginning. I understand that.
Well, so Mayor, I'm not saying it's not.
This is a normal process, so I think we need those funds where they are.
Well, I'm not saying that the public can't vote on it. I'm just saying that we don't need to engineer it. I think we say what we need, and the public votes on it. And if the public likes what we want and they support it, they'll vote for it, right? I don't think we have to poll a bunch of people, hire a bunch of campaign consultants to figure out how do we engineer the language just right for people to vote on.
I understand what you're saying. I believe polling is the normal course that we take when we go for a ballot measure. So I'm not interested in that change.
Nor am I.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if the motioner and seconder would be open to adding in a friendly amendment to direct staff to hire one FTE code enforcement officer position.
That one is tempting. Again, what I heard tonight was it's not a question of hiring. I guess though that position is not open. I'm still, I guess, leaning towards letting staff come back with recommendations in letter E here. So I would tend to take it as an unfriendly amendment. Councilmember Cormack.
I agree, Mayor Du Bois, with your characterization of that as tempting. I also believe that staff was listening, and if I'm not mistaken, we might even need to make changes to the ordinance, given the fact that I think it currently is focused on the people who use the equipment as opposed to the people whose property it is. So I feel like there's some more work there to be done. Pretty sure staff heard us.
I'll offer it as an unfriendly then.
I will second that.
Thank you. And I think both the mayor and Councilmember Cormack make a valid point that there is still more work to be done, but staff also made it clear tonight that this is a long process to be able to hire anyone. If we get to the 4-6 month time frame and our financial status has changed, we can always not move forward with the actual final hiring. But I think it is worth moving forward in the process. There's a clear need, and hopefully gives us time in the meantime while hiring that new position to be able to redraft the ordinance and make additional changes this person could be as effective as possible when they are eventually hired on.
City Manager Shigata.
If I might, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Stone. Just maybe a point of clarification. I believe this may be on the bubble, just in terms of the procedural noticing on this item, and also even if it is inbounds, so to speak, on the way this item was agendized, I believe it would require 5 votes. Let me ask the city attorney to confirm my understanding there.
So the assistant city manager can tell us if this actually requires moving unallocated funds. That's on the vote total, but I do share the city manager's concern that the item, wasn't really agendized for specific add backs. And so I guess I would agree it's somewhat on the bubble. And I'm more comfortable with the sort of general conceptual approach and having staff come back.
And maybe if it's helpful, I think to the earlier discussion, staff has definitely heard the discussion tonight, and I would, irrespective of council direction, take the opportunity to work with our Director Late and team on what our best next steps would be as quickly as possible.
I guess what's the, to help my understanding, what's the difference here between this and the staff recommendation of the 4 additional FTE hires?
But those were specifically, the issue is that those were specifically noticed. And this one is not noticed or discussed in the staff report. Certainly direction 2, you could make direction and come back. It's a judgment call. One thing we watch for very carefully with these kinds of things is whether any member of the public is, potentially being regulated and not having gotten notice of that. And that is not the case with an action like this. It's really an internal city governance item. So, I'm not going to tell you can't do this tonight. It stretches the boundaries of the agenda title.
I understand that. I think there is an argument to be made that the public was aware of this, given that almost all the public comments we heard was on this item, and so yeah, maybe a stretch, but I feel comfortable including this if the seconder is.
Well, let me speak to that. First, I'm disappointed if it's the case that really the council had no discretion tonight on any staff positions other than the 4 explicitly laid out by staff. It really makes us a rubber stamp on the staff's actions and recommendations, as opposed to, and we have we can't even add a single position beyond that. City Manager, when could this return for that position? You're saying you would have to wait until the mid-year budget review or sooner?
Well, so I think where the city attorney was headed would be if it was incorporated into E. So rather than an action, a direction to add this item tonight, that it would be incorporated into have staff bring this back for council action. So
yeah, but I'm asking about the time frame.
Yes, I understand that. It's just taking one piece at a time. So then the second piece on time frame, quite frankly, I would like to work with the department, and before I can give you a specific date. I don't think this needs to wait until mid-year, but again, there are substantive as well as the budgetary actions that we need to talk through.
Okay, so under an understanding that it would not wait until mid-year unless there were a necessity to do that. If the maker of the second is good, I'm good with the change. I mean, the maker of the amendment, excuse me, Councilmember Stone.
Okay, so just to be clear,
and maybe that would, in this form, it would be acceptable to the makers of the main motion. And we wouldn't have to vote separately.
So we're talking about saying like direct staff to come back with recommendations on specific areas, but also and specifically in the around FTE.
Yes.
Including code enforcement officer.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable with that. I would accept that.
With and I would add with an expectation that it will return prior to the mid-year budget review. That's an expectation. It's not a requirement.
And again, perhaps just for clarity, that we're referring specifically to a code enforcement officer, not necessarily the.
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah. And just one other comment that I'd make on the whole enforcement of leaf blowers. Yes, there are other issues related to the ordinance, but that is somewhat independent of the staffing for simply code enforcement. And the two do not have to be coupled. We can begin to enforce our current ordinance before we change the ordinance.
Okay, let's see if Councilmember Cormack was accepting this or not.
I'm waiting for the typing to stop. It's getting long. He is getting longer and longer.
I think that's it.
Does that incorporate Councilmember Stone and Vice Mayor Burt, what you wanted?
Yeah, that's acceptable.
I think the Madam Clerk, though, the tail's wagging the dog a bit there. So the way the sentence is written, it looks like the whole thing is coming back prior, and it really is just that one piece that council's asking to specifically be prioritized.
It's within the commas. Is that
No,
clear?
I'm interpreting this as an example of a specific area.
My understanding is, as the city attorney stated, that the balance would be coming back in the mid-year budget review. This specific one is expected to come back before then.
Okay, so yeah, just move that portion. That's fine. Still leaves open. Staff might recommend something different. 0, 1, 2, 75. Okay, that's fine. I accept that.
All right, Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're spending a lot of time architecting this. What I think I heard the city manager say was he's going to go start the process of staffing up code enforcement, no matter what we vote on tonight, because he got our message, right? So, so I'm not sure how much of this is important.
Okay, so we were running kind of late tonight. If I don't see any more hands, I'd like to go ahead and vote.
Actually, Mayor, I have my hand up.
Yes, Councilmember Tanaka.
In general, I think all this is good. The one part that I like to ask that we split out is at 250K, because I think ethically, I don't think we should wordsmith a ballot for it to pass.
That's not split out in the motion. We don't really have a line item budget.
Probably have to be an amendment, huh?
But he asked for an amendment which was not friendly.
Mayor, in order to split that vote, you would need to split item A in the motion to extract that specific transaction.
Yeah, I'm just not sure it's the process, that we have, right? You wanted to have an amendment to change that one line item. You could try an unfriendly amendment again.
And Director Nozay, will there be other opportunities for Councilmember Tanaka to register a no vote on that specific contract item when it comes back?
Not on all components of it. Some of the contracts are expected to be within city management authority. Other contracts, as we outlined, such as outreach, will be coming back for council approval. And so on that component, a no vote would be available as part of that consent item.
So Molly, is it splittable or not?
It isn't as drafted. It's not a separate portion of the motion, so it's not really severable. You need a second. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so let's vote on A, which requires 5 votes. Start with Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
And Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll vote on the rest of the motion. I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, so we've completed this item. I know you guys are probably looking at the clock. I've been communicating with the city manager. So I'm going to make a motion that we would continue item number 7, the objective standards, to a date uncertain.
Second.
And again, there have been some doodles that have gone out. I think we've had some issues, but we will most likely, I think, need a meeting at the end of November. But I guess we will just leave this item as a date uncertain, right?
Yes, there is a possibility we could do it on the 8th of November, but we'll need to verify our agenda for that evening.
Okay.
Actually, if I just could, so if we were gonna, we have to notice it, I think, because it's a public hearing. So if we're interested in the 8th, I think we need to stipulate that tonight. And if not, we would probably come back on the 6th of December.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine saying November 8th, but we may need to rejigger other things, right?
We can always continue it then too.
Yeah.
That would seem to be the prudent course this evening.
Okay, so we'll continue this to November 8th. Councilman, we'll start voting on this. Councilmember Filsa.
Yep.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. Okay, so I'd like to suggest that we try to get through the next item, which is item number 6.
Okay, great. Thank you again, Mayor and City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. So maybe I'll be a little bit briefer than I was going to be earlier in the evening. I think the council is familiar with the project site within the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan Study Area. This is a property that formerly housed the cannery building, and of course, council and community members will be familiar with the Fry's Electronics store that used to occupy a portion of the building. When that store became, or that retail space became abandoned, it presented a sort of a interpretation challenge for the city or for the staff, and we wanted to engage the city council in get some guidance from the city council on how to interpret that property-specific provision in the municipal code that allows for the continuation of non-conforming uses at the site. And so we came to you in June, and we got some initial feedback. We had prepared a staff report in September, and before the council meeting, we received the correspondence from the property owners' legal counsel noting some concerns with the staff recommendation. So the item was postponed and is rescheduled for this evening. We had since met with the property owner and learned about their concerns. We agree on one of the substantive points or in their letter regarding amortization, and we can talk more about that in Q&A. But the recommendation in the staff report this evening is really to postpone any formal action on an interpretation at this time, and see if there's an opportunity if there's alignment in city interests and property owner interests to see how this particular property might redevelop over time. And presumably from the city's perspective, those interests would be reflected in some of the council's earlier comments related to the NV cap, which we received about a month or so ago, 6 weeks ago. And from the applicant's perspective, an interest in continuing existing R&D uses and likely expanding those to portions of the existing building, as well as advancing the housing project, which is an application that's currently on file. And so the recommendation then is to the council is we pause on the interpretation and Mayor willing, to form an ad hoc committee, meet with the property owner to discuss the future potential of this site in a non-binding way. And if there's traction and interest and parties seem to be heading toward a place of agreement or sort of mutual understanding, then that would be reported back to the council and talks can continue, or it could terminate and the council could proceed with its interpretation and eventually amortization of the site as it deemed appropriate. That's the staff recommendation. Also in the staff report is an alternative recommendation, which is to forego all of what I just said and to advance the interpretation that's included in the report. So both of those options are available to you, and I'll end my presentation there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if there are any members of the public that want to speak on this item or are still awake. You could raise your hand. I'm not seeing any. We'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Filseth.
Move staff recommendations 1 and 2.
Second.
Okay, you want to speak to it?
Sure. It's not a crisis if we don't resolve the interpretation, in the next couple months. And why don't we go see if there's a win-win here?
Councilmember Cormack.
I think it's possible. Even I suggested the ad hoc committee when we were talking about this earlier this summer, whenever it was we were discussing this. And I think that makes sense. I think it was Councilmember Filseth and I from the beginning when it seemed as if the NV cap was heading in one direction and perhaps the Sobrato organization wasn't interested in that. And this is an opportunity for us to recalibrate. I appreciate staff updating the information from the prior report. And I appreciate the Sobrato's organization willingness to work with us.
And does anybody want to speak to the motion? Councilmember Ku.
I just have a question. So during this time, while it's in a pending status, is Sobrato still trying to lease out the property, especially the retail portion?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, you're asking if Sobrato was going to continue trying to lease out the retail component of the where Fry's used to occupy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so right now, Fry's, from the city staff perspective, is that the portion of the building that was occupied by Fry's is an abandoned use. And so any reuse of that portion of the building would need to be a conforming use. And with the underlying RM zoning, it would have to be one of those permitted residential type uses. So I would not anticipate that portion of the building to be reoccupied during this time.
Thank you.
So I have a couple of comments, I guess. On one hand, I kind of wish that council had never paused the amortization process when it started. I'm a little concerned about, the precedent of a council ad hoc negotiating. We haven't done that before that I'm aware of. And again, just as a practice, I'm not sure if that's a road we want to go down, because it seems like it'd be very dependent on the views of the individual ad hoc members. I had a question for staff on page 4 of the report, I guess packet page 139, there's this staff's response to owner's letter. And it kind of got pretty technical in like paragraphs 3 and 4. And I've read it a couple of times. I wondered if you could maybe translate it just a little bit. The contention that a formal interpretation addressing discontinuance or abandonment of non-conforming uses is required. So is this speaking specifically to the retail use?
I think it's more to the interpretation of the ratio, the very code interpretation, the very code section that we were talking about in June. They were seeking a director's interpretation of that provision.
No, I think I can clarify. One of the objections that the property owner raised in their letter was that staff wasn't presenting this issue of whether the retail use was discontinued to the council as a interpretive question, and they felt that was something that staff had an obligation to do so that the property owner could make their arguments and exhaust administrative remedies in their view. And staff's position is actually that that's not required. It's possible for the city to issue a formal interpretation of this code, but it's not something that's required in any instance. So it is a minor kind of technical issue.
So were they desiring to have the retail be discontinued?
Their argument is that the retail should not be considered discontinued because they've made diligent efforts to market that property for retail use. And staff's view is that because it has in fact been not in a retail use for 12 consecutive months, that's been how we've thought about discontinuance for a very long time. So we have not taken kind of marketing efforts into account when we look at non-conforming uses and whether or not they've been discontinued.
And how broad does staff envision the scope of this negotiation, I guess?
So, I think it's clearly limited to the property because that's what's under control.
But again, like in terms of interpreting our code and what applies and doesn't apply.
So I don't think the conversation is, and maybe I'm misunderstanding you. It's not the ad hoc wouldn't necessarily be talking about the ratio interpretation issue, right? It would be our expressed interest to see some additional usable open space, green space. There's been some talk about the creek. There's been talk about affordable housing, and maybe even some kind of activity, something that draws folks to the area. So a restaurant or something like that. And I think the owner has certainly expressed their interest in housing, and we have a housing project that's on file, which is part of that. And then there's an interest in the R&D use that's there now, and how that might even expand into some other areas. So I think the conversation is really about where there might be tolerance or willingness to see how these different pieces come together, and if there seems to be alignment in that would be the course of the conversation. That's what I would expect it to take place. An expression of what the city's interested in, an expression of what the property owner is interested in, and where there's alignment, maybe there's room for a discussion about what could happen in the future.
And why would staff not negotiate this?
Well, certainly staff would anticipate being a part of that conversation in support of the ad hoc and the process. I just, you could, one of your options is to ask the city manager to, assemble his team We just thought that there would be some value in having some council members, and I understand your concerns expressed before, but we believe that we can address those apparent, those expressed concerns about conflicts. We don't think that that's, we can work through that.
And so these would be closed door negotiations. I took the motion to be just council members and Sobrato. You're saying staff would also be there?
Well, I think you would want staff to be present to help, do some of the work that might be needed in between.
That was our assumption. So apologize for not making that clear.
Okay. And last question, there's a comment in here that it wouldn't be helpful to initiate amortization at the same time we're in discussions. And I guess, yeah, I can imagine people wouldn't like it, but why not start the clock while we're doing negotiations?
Well, it's not, I guess.
Or move to prepare the amortization report.
Yeah. Well, for one, it'd probably be some of the same people working on the efforts, at least from the city's side. The amortization piece is one that's, we don't do that very often. It requires, a fair amount of time from planning, but also from the legal team. And so, if we could, in the scheme of amortization, I'm not sure 4 months is going to mean a whole lot when we're probably looking at something that's at a 10, 15, 20 year cycle.
Okay, but it was mainly about our staff resources.
Yeah, well, we have an interest in that, and I believe it may be true that also that the property owner has an interest in either focusing their efforts on the amortization issue or focusing on having a conversation about what could be the future of this site.
Okay. Okay, so I'm done. Is there any other comments, Councilmember Cormack?
Perhaps if the maker is open to it, we can amend B to be slightly more clear, direct staff to begin conversation. Is that all right, Councilmember Filsa, just so we're incorporating that prior discussion?
I'm okay with it.
Thank
you. Okay, any other hands? Councilmember Koo, I assume was your hand up again? Okay, go ahead.
So in the discussions with Sobrato council members, if there's an ad hoc committee discussion and staff is there, is this considered as a closed session type of thing, confidential manner?
We would, council member, put that under the state law that allows for confidential discussions in advance or to resolve a potential legal dispute. And so those would be able to be confidential, and that would probably serve both sides' interests. That would fully protect both sides. If a way forward was not reached through that process, everybody would be in the same position that they're in now. And information that was exchanged in the process would not be used against anyone, and we would go forward on a relatively short time frame. I think the staff has said 4 months back to where we are now.
The confidential meeting would be only if there is a dispute, not on the onset, right?
I think that what we would characterize at this point is that there are strong differences of opinion about how the city's codes should be interpreted and applied. And so it's appropriate for us to try to resolve those if possible. It's not binding, and it would return to council for a full discussion and decision. But it's appropriate to try to have discussions about how those might be resolved in a confidential format to bring back to council. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just have qualms about, having this discussion behind closed doors when so many of the public has been following this for such a long time, and they've been quite involved. So just
Yes, it's a
that
fa-
concern.
It's a fair point, and it's always a little bit of a, you have to make some decisions about how to proceed. But hopefully everyone can understand that nothing goes forward, no deal or no arrangement or plan goes forward without a full open discussion and approval by council in open session.
Thank you, Ms. Stump.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I was just trying to reflect on any comparable models, and the one that came to mind was when we had, I think it was about a 3-year impasse with Stanford on the fire allocations, and former council member Scharf was authorized to have one-on-one discussions and with President Tess Levine, and it resulted in a favorable resolution that wasn't happening through the normal process. So that was just a reflection.
Okay, anybody else? All right, should we go ahead and vote on this? Starting with Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'm going to vote no. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
All right, so it passes 6-1. Okay, we're councilmember questions, comments, announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Du Bois. The Joint Recycled Water Committee met today. 2 things of note. One is our staff has worked diligently with Valley Water on an agreement on the reverse osmosis concentrate permitting. So there's a plan for how that's all going to work. It's a crucial part of that recycled water plant working. And it looks like Valley Water Board will be deciding as soon as January on which of the portfolios to pursue. That could include what the proposal for Palo Alto, a proposal for Sunnyvale, or both of them. So that's just an update.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I just wanted to give another update on the BCDC. That's the Bay Conservation and Development Commission. The commission took what's been in the works and a very a big step to officially take on as lead agency on what's called the Bay Adapt Plan. At a recent meeting, I reported out on the Delta Plan for sea level rise that overlaps with the Bay Plan, but this is the one that has been moving through a process for a year or two, and it is now giving that entity the focus on as the lead agency on dealing with all the ramifications of sea level rise in the Bay, which if we don't do an effective job is going to be a huge impact on us at what appears to be an accelerating rate. So there's going to be a joint meeting of the 3 Bay Area chapters of the League of California Cities coming up, and you should all get notices of it, and hopefully some of us will be able to join that, and it would be regarding this issue.
Great. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. Thank you for all the work tonight. Meeting adjourned. Thanks.